In the dark haze, polarized gaze, trying to find my way to you, where the spaces can't erase this. You're the feeling that I choose. I'm tired.
Happy Friday, everyone. Happy Friday. Hello. Happy Friday. How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing? Everyone doing well? Everyone doing well? So glad to see you all here, as always. So glad to see you all here. We have a lot to do. Okay, a lot of fun stuff because today is Friday, so it's our Friday fun stream. You notice I'm scantily clad because I'm going to be putting on the jester makeup here in a second. Because I thought, why not? Why not? We should put on the jester makeup today. It's Friday after all. Why the fuck not? Okay, so we're going to do that here in a second. And in the meantime, let me see who we have here. Let me see who we have here. Why does my hair look like a little mountain on top of my head? Whatever, doesn't matter. Let's see who we have here. We have Resident Union Thug. Hello, Resident Union Thug. So glad you're here. Resident Union Thug says, toss a coin to your jester. Oh, valley of plenty. Oh, valley of plenty. Thank you very much, Resident Union Thug. Love the Witcher reference. So glad to see you here, as always. I see that you sent it prematurely, but thank you anyway, Resident Union Thug. Okay. Lacroix, I swear to God. I swear to God, Lacroix. Lacroix, hello, Lacroix. Lacroix says, and so begins the Gooner revolt. I hate you so much, Lacroix. Love having you here. Hate you dearly. Weirdomorphous Blob. Hello, Weirdomorphous Blob. So glad you're here, Weirdomorphous Blob. So glad you're here, okay? Um, okay. Love having you here, Weirdomorphous Blob, as always. Okay. Gwen, hello, Gwen. Gwen is here. Hello, Gwen. Guys, speaking of Gwen, we have some bad news from the UK, don't we? Ha ha ha, very bad news. We'll talk a little bit about that because why not? Why not? You know, might as well. I know it's supposed to be Friday Fun Day, but we always have to have a little bit of horror and death and despair, right? Okay, so we'll talk about that in a bit here. Hello, SoCal. SoCal, hello, SoCal. How are you doing, SoCal? Being a menace to the world as always. Okay, being a menace to society, I'm sure. So glad you're here, SoCal. Of course, Mithro, hello. Mithril says, afternoon, guys. Had 4 exhausting hours traveling to my pre-surgery assessment, and on my way back, had to listen to an older couple sniggering about Farage. A crap day. I'm sorry, Mithril. Yeah, not a good day in the UK. Not a good day in the UK, especially if you're having to deal with medical stuff on top of it. Um, I'm sorry, Mithril. That's pretty horrific. So glad you're here, though, Mithril, as always. Okay, so glad you're here. Okay. Let's see here. Who else do we get here? We got Louise. Hello, Louise. Hello, Louise. So glad for you to be here, Louise. Horror awaits us. Does not it await us, Louise? That came out strange, but hello, Louise. Okay, I'll yell at you as much as I goddamn please, Lacroix. Okay, anyway. Hello, RL. Hello, RL. RL says the biggest myth in human history is that there is a God. RL, that's rude. I would never say that. Don't, RL, no. Bad RL. Okay, I'm just kidding, RL. Love having you here, okay? As always. Elevator lady. I'm on time. A plus student for once. Well, let's not go crazy, elevator lady. It could just be, I might give you like a C, which is average. I don't know. I don't think showing up on time once gets you a plus on that grade. Okay, anyway. But hello, elevator lady. Hello, elevator lady. How are you? Yeah, damn right, elevator lady, okay? A plus means exceptional. You better be showing up early all the time. Okay, anyway. Just kidding, elevator lady. No, I love you. Hello, elevator lady. So, SoCal says, I'm an angel everywhere but here. Right, SoCal, right. Right, and I'm Santa Claus. Ho, ho, ho. Anyway. So let's see here. Okay, guys. So, guys, you sound a little mad today. I'm not that mad, RL. I'm not that mad. Okay, I'm normally mad. If you mean crazy, definitely. But I'm a little bit enraged, but not that much. Okay, it's Friday. It's supposed to be a fun day, and we are gonna have fun, guys. We're gonna have so much fun. So this is what we're gonna do. We have a whole setup right today. So if we get $40, okay, $40, we will do an after dark stream. All right. There's a we thinks there's a Fed and Discord general chat. Is that true, elevator lady? Oh dear God. Okay. I'll take a look into that. By the way, that's a nice advertisement. Go to our Discord. It's linked at the top of the Twitch chat and the bottom of the YouTube chat. So okay, excellent, elevator lady. So if we get to $40, we'll do an after dark stream. If we get to 60, okay, so $40 for after dark stream. I know that's a bit high. I mean, it's not that high. We can manage it. We've managed it many times before. But if we get to 60, we will do a movie night and an after dark stream. Okay, I found out that a way that we can stream movies, so we can watch a movie together and then do a regular after dark stream. Okay, is it Lacroix? Okay, well then they should just be banned. Okay, okay. I'm sure Fox will handle it, but okay. So that's our two goals, 40 bucks and then 60 bucks, okay? And then if we get to 100, which I doubt that'll happen, we never get to 100. Okay, we've never gotten to 100. Um okay, if we get to 100, I will stream all day and I won't take a break basically. I will stream until the end of After Dark and movie night, okay? But again, if we don't get there, that's okay. All right, so that's our goals. And what else? What else? What else? So I'm gonna actually be putting on the jester makeup. I'm gonna be doing it live on camera just for shits and giggles because I felt like we need to do that. I need to have my makeup on again. So we're gonna put on the jester makeup, and in the meantime, we had there's news items, but we're just gonna watch some videos first. Thank you, Jonas. That's 400. Thank you, Jonas. That is 400. So that's what 400 bit. I'm keeping an ongoing record, so I remember. That's 400 plus. Okay, thank you, Jonas. All right. So that gets us even closer. Now 400 bits. How much is 400 bits? Is 400 bits? I always forget this. How much is 100 bits? Is that $2? Is 100 bits $2? Would someone remember? Uh is that like a thing? Is that an okay. No, I will pee SoCal. Don't worry. I'll take breaks to go get food and stuff, but I will be like, I'll eat on camera and shit. Okay. So 100, wait, right, Jonas, 100 bits is $2, right? Am I right about that? So I guess 400 bits would be $8. Is that correct? Um, yeah, no, it's not. So, okay, how dare you? I can't remember. I'll take a look. I just recorded that as 400 bits. All right. So let's go on, guys. Let's go on. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna be putting on the jester makeup while we're watching a few videos. Okay, while we're watching a video. And yes, oh, your politics. Hello, politics. So glad you're here, politics. So glad you're here, okay? I'm so glad you're back. Hello, let freedom ring. I didn't notice you were here, let freedom ring. Hello, let freedom ring. So glad you're here, as always. Let freedom ring. Have you been here before? I feel like I recognize your name, but I'm not sure who it is. Okay, so yeah, so it's about 100, so that's about two. So that'd be about $8. Okay, perfect. So we have $8. We're $8 there. All right. I'm gonna make a note here. I should know this by now. 8 plus. Okay. So let's go on, shall we? Let's do it. So let's do this. We're gonna start with some fun stuff and then we'll get into the news, obviously.
History.
Let's start with some fun stuff here. I'm gonna put up the scene here. So I found a video that we can watch while I'm putting on the makeup. All right. Then watch while I'm putting on the makeup. And this video is called Completely Wrong History Facts That You May Still Believe. Now, it should be kind of fun, right? It should be fun. So we'll watch it, and I'll see. I don't know what the facts are going to be. And I'll just make commentary, and we'll have a lovely time because it's Friday. Everyone be happy. Be happy right now. God damn it. Okay, everyone be happy. All right, good. Everyone happy? Let's start doing this, and I'll start putting on the makeup. So if you guys, I can kind of see without my glasses, but if I don't respond to what you say right away, please forgive me because I might need to look down at the screen. Okay. All right, everyone ready for this? Okay. But it hurts. Oh, calm down, Resident Union Thug. You can handle it. You've had worse. Okay. All right. I feel like I'm in a pre-civil rights America. Oh, because of the Supreme Court ruling? Yeah. Yeah. I don't blame you, RL. I don't blame you at all. Again, guys, we will talk about the news stuff. So please don't think I'm not going to talk about the shit news. But I wanted to put on the makeup first so we can keep going. So let's watch this, guys.
Facts that are wrong.
All right. So you do the white base.
This is probably one of the first things we all learned about in school when discussing ancient Egypt. Tens of thousands of slaves enduring endless hours of intense, forced physical labor while barely being fed or provided with adequate
in ancient
water.
Egypt,
drop a sack of sand, chisel something at the wrong end.
In ancient Egypt, by the way, the slaves did not make the pyramids. Okay, slaves did not make the pyramids. They were contracted workers. You know what? I don't know why I'm telling you this. He's probably going to tell you this. They were basically, as a way of paying your taxes in labor, you could be hired to go work on structures for the state. And that's what the pyramid workers were. They were actually contracted laborers that were paying taxes. They were not slaves. Now, ancient Egypt did have slaves, but they weren't used on the pyramids, okay? They weren't used on that stuff. Normally, slaves are more of a household thing. So that whole stuff, you know how like in the Prince of Egypt and shit, okay? Like those, all those, all the animated movies about like the King of Egypt or whatever, the Moses, how they depict the Hebrews as having been enslaved and working on the pyramids. Never happened. Okay, no one was a slave working on the pyramids. As a matter of fact, they had a ration of about 2 liters of beer a day, and we know that for a fact. So that it actually wasn't that bad of a job. I mean, if part of your ration is 2 liters of beer a day, I feel like you're doing pretty well. And on a side note, some of the first sex jokes, some of the oldest sex jokes in history are on the inside of the pyramids and were made by workers working on the pyramids. Okay. They drew sex jokes on the walls on the interior of the pyramids. I can even show you one if you guys want to see one. They're kind of dirty, but they're funny. For example, one depicts an overseer, like not a slave overseer, but like one of their bosses, leaning over to pick something up, and one of the workers is behind him doing something to him. If you can imagine what it would be. Anyway, all right. So there's a fun thing. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. The makeup's coming on pretty well. All right, we're getting there. We'll finish it up here. Let's continue the video. I know I'm not even letting him talk. I'm just rambling aimlessly about what he's about to talk about, probably. Yeah, I know. Yeah, exactly, Laquan. No archaeological record at all. None. No archaeological evidence whatsoever that ever happened. Okay.
Angle, devout masochist, you're getting a whipping. Well,
There,
it's all
tater tot.
poppycock.
Hello.
While there were slaves, they were mainly prisoners of war or household servants who tended to their landlords, but they weren't really part of the main labor force. Instead, laborers in ancient Egypt were conscripted using the corvée duty system,
There we go.
a way to pay off taxes through manual labor. According to the book The Pyramid Builders of Ancient Egypt, which discusses the pyramid builders of ancient Egypt,
Oh.
farmers were usually pulled from their laborious
I can tell. Has anyone ever played Kingdom Hearts? This guy clearly likes Kingdom Hearts because that is a Kingdom Hearts track that he has playing in the background. Where the hell did I put the rest of the makeup? Oh, one second. I need to grab the rest of the makeup. All right. How's everyone doing, by the way? Yes, it's a makeup day. Hello, Elaney. Hello, Elaney. How's everyone doing? I noticed new people coming here. Hello, J-Mac. So, guys, today's Friday fun stream, so we're just having some fun. I'm putting on the makeup, and we're watching a video about historical myths while I'm finishing putting on the makeup, okay? All right. Okay, that's for sure, Portland. Welcome, Portland. So glad you're here. About Donald Trump. Very true. Okay.
crop dusting for construction work whenever the Nile went all floody during the
Never,
summer
J-Mac.
months. While the snobby rich upper class folk avoided manual labor by just paying off their tax burden, them smelly poors were tasked with construction of temples, tombs, and pyramids. Laborers who worked on the pyramids, as well as other large structures way back in the ancient times, were actually well provided for. This makes sense, as having a weakened labor force
Like
due to
my
neglect
palate.
or malnourishment, it doesn't really pay great dividends. Can't exactly move giant rocks when you're completely emaciated. Small villages have been discovered built specifically for housing laborers. These sites also contain various animal bones and plentiful bread jars showing a high-quality diet. But of course, the system wasn't perfect. Thanks to some classic upper-class corruption, sometimes things didn't always go right for these laborers, but they had the power to stand their ground. Dating all the way back to 1170 BC, written evidence has been found of an artisan's strike while constructing a tomb for then-pharaoh Ramesses III. The artisans complained about a lack of promised rations and outright refused to continue their work, dropping their chisels and their hammers to march right up to the ruling class's temples to make their demands. What do we want? Food! When do we want it? Food! After chit-chatting with the local vizier, the workers were able to secure the rations and continued their work. Now don't get me wrong, the labor that these guys endured was backbreaking, extremely strenuous, and downright exhausting, but they weren't outright enslaved or mistreated, as historians previously thought.
All right, true, very true.
We've all
By
heard the
way,
legends about King Tut's tomb, right?
In ancient Egypt, by the way, in ancient Egypt, they didn't really have a concept of race, as in like they didn't care what your skin color was. You know, like I don't care. There were black people in Egypt. There were less black people in Egypt. You know what I mean? Like there were people who I guess who were probably tan or whatever. I don't know the exact colors. I don't know how you describe the colors. They didn't really have a concept of race. So one of the reasons, but all they really cared about is if you wore makeup. I'm not joking. If you wore makeup and a wig. So all you had to do is if you wore if you had a makeup palette, kind of like what I'm doing here, and you wore makeup in a certain design, that was sort of a mark of being an Egyptian, and it didn't matter what your skin color was, okay? It did not matter what your skin color was. So you could, as long as and makeup palettes in ancient Egypt were very treasured items. They were almost a religious item. They would be kept in important areas of the house, put on display prominently to show that you're part of the ancient Egyptian population. The fact that you have a makeup palette sort of made you one of the Egyptians. Does that make sense? It's very interesting. Okay, and it didn't matter, by the way, if you were a man or a woman. Everyone wore makeup. All right. By the way, they would often put black makeup around their eyes. Why might that be? Why? How might that be useful if you're living in Egypt? Someone tell me. I'm gonna keep going.
Right? If you disturb an ancient king's burial grounds, you'll be cursed, doomed to die a horrible death. Well, it's not so. You'd probably cough a bit from inhaling millennial mummy powder.
Just like football players, like American football players will put black under their eyes to kind of make sure the sun doesn't reflect into their eyes. It's very helpful for that.
Now, there has been evidence of some ancient tombs inscribed with curse-like carvings. For example, ancient warlord and Egyptian noble Ankh-Tifi wrote that, quote, "Any ruler who shall do evil or wickedness to his coffin, may the gods not accept any goods he offers, and may his heir never inherit." Similarly, an inscription on the tomb of 10th century BC ruler Kentika Ikeki warns that any impure men who enter this tomb, there will be judgment. An end shall be made for him.
So if SoCal entered the tomb, there would be judgment because SoCal very impure.
Now, in a culture that was super superstitious, anyone coming across warnings like that would be like,
"Oh shit!
Yeah,
a ghost!"
prompting them to 180 right out of the room.
Yep.
When King Tut's tomb was discovered in 1922, no such written reprimands or warnings were ever found. In reality, the rumor of King Tut's curse revolves around one George Edward Stanhope Molyneux Herbert, 5th Earl of Carnarvon, a rich English white dude who funded the whole expedition that led to the discovery of the Sandy sarcophagus. He died a whole 4 months after the opening of the tomb, after which a journalist did what journalists do and printed a whole bunch of sensationalized fake news, attributing Lord Carnarvon's death to an inexplicable curse.
Yes, that's
to their surprise,
good. Fake
the
news
media
is
ran
fun.
with it, making claims
They
of a
did it
written
back
curse
then
being
even,
uncovered
guys.
with the tomb, though this never happened. So how did
Yes. Hi guys, how's everyone doing? Everyone good? I just noticed a bunch more people come in here. Hello, folks. Hello, folks. Just to let you guys know, it's a Friday fun stream. I'm putting on some makeup while I wait for more people to get in here, and we're watching a video about historical myths. All right. What kind of brushes do I use? They're just like regular paint brushes. I'm not that fancy. Let's put it that way. Okay.
Did Lord Carnarvon die? He done got bit by a mosquito.
Yes.
The resulting bump was accidentally slashed while he was shaving, making a pretty nasty cut that later got infected. The old chap died of blood poisoning at the age of 56. Dedicated believers have tried to attribute other deaths to the curse, but they're really grasping for straws. Of the 58 people who were present at the opening of the tomb, only 8 had died within a dozen years of the discovery, and by various means ranging from cancer to murder to natural causes. The majority of the men went to live on full, healthy lives. At least they didn't steal any spooky slabs.
That's true.
Might have been a different story.
All right. Yeah. The Spartans did not throw babies off a cliff.
When you think of
so
Spartans,
guys, the Spartans. Hello, guys. I know. I'm like, it might not be that fun right now. Trust me. It'll get more fun after I finish this, but we'll have much more fun. Okay. But the Spartans did not throw babies off cliffs, unlike what I believe they showed. Is that what they showed in is that what they showed in the movie 300? I can't remember. I don't know if they did that, but a lot of people think they threw babies off cliffs that were deformed. Well, I mean, they did something like that, but it wasn't throwing them off cliffs. They would leave them out in the wilderness. Okay, so they would take the babies and they would just leave them out in the wilderness, and let them die, I guess you could say. So I know. Now, admittedly, we're not even sure if they did do that. Okay. But the records we do have indicate that they may have just left babies out in the wilderness. And yeah, okay. So it's not that big of a difference at all, to be honest with you. Okay, this is not looking so good. It's not that balanced on my face, but whatever, who cares? It's, you guys get what you get. Doing the best I can with this makeup. All right, whatever, who cares? All right. I mean, it looks pretty good so far. It doesn't look horrible, right? I mean, it's not like criminally bad. I don't think my drag queen friends would be upset. They might be a little bit, but they're drag queens. They're always upset. I swear to God. All right. Okay, that looks pretty good. Okay, that's fine. All right. Let's continue, shall we?
Probably think about them slippery, shiny hunks of warrior man meat as portrayed on the silver screen. A society of strict and viciously trained bloodthirsty warriors who could decimate any opposing army. But while you're thinking about oiled up, shirtless, muscular men, you might question if this portrayal is historically accurate. It's not. In reality, the Greek city-state of Sparta had no professional army. Although growing up with militaristic training, the purpose was not to create...
Yeah, they had no professional army, but like, they were always training and shit for war because they had lots of slaves and they needed to make sure that if the slaves rose up, they could put down those slave uprisings. So they oftentimes were training for war, even though they were not technically full-time soldiers. They were very competent in combat because they...
warriors, but perfected, hardened, and respectable citizens who could serve to defend their homeland if need be. That little element of perfection is where some rumors of Spartan eugenics come in. It is believed that ancient Spartans practiced infanticide, the act of killing deformed or undesired babies as a way to strengthen the Spartan society. However, the biggest downfall of this myth is that there's only one historical source that alludes to this barbaric practice, and it's this guy, Roman historian Plutarch. He wrote that Spartan elders would examine newborns for imperfections or weaknesses. Good, bad.
All right, that looks okay. All right, that looks okay. Doesn't look that good, but it looks better than it could be. Makeup feels more like a rock star. Don't worry, we're not done yet. We're not done yet.
Off the Taygetus mountainside. This ensured that only the best of the best would be able to thrive to crushing adulthood.
Guys, you guys are really bad critics. You know that? It's hard to put makeup on in front of a computer with a little mirror, all right? I know that maybe the color wasn't the best choice, and I look like a rock star, but it'll get better. It'll get better, all right? So everyone needs to calm the fuck down, all right?
Literature is almost certainly a bunch of baloney.
Politics.
While historians can't confirm with 100% certainty, they can confirm with 99.9%
okay, how dare you, Sir Bart?
Certainty that this just flat out never happened. Excavations around the proposed baby hucking sites have failed to present any supporting evidence.
What color should we do the other eye, folks? What color should we do the other eye? Anyone have an idea? Anyone is it negative? I guess that's a good point. I'll take it as a compliment that I look like this. You look like Gene Simmons and you hold the same political views. That's true. Okay. Green. Should we do green on the other side? Mithril. Thank you, Mithril. Thank you. All right. Wait, Gene Simmons. What are Gene Simmons' political views? I don't even know. What's the green light bounce? There's green light bouncing off my face. Is there? Oh, I don't know. That's weird. I have no idea. But you're right. There is. So wait, what color should I put on the other side? Purple and green, dude. Oh, that's right. That does look jokery. What color should I put on the other side? Orange? Would orange be good for the other side? Oh, he's a hyper Zionist. Okay, I hate you. Whoever said that. We'll do orange. We'll do orange. Orange and yellow. Orange and purple. All right. Orange for the other side. And I'll probably this is going to be so purple and gold Viking colors. Ooh. Ooh, okay. We could do that, actually. You know, I'm just going to go with orange because I think you'd be able to see it better. We'll do that.
Adult remains discovered, but no teeny tiny toddler tibias were ever among them. If you needed more convincing, Plutarch's writings date some 600 years after the height of Spartan civilization. So it might have just been some silly Spartan slander. That would be like if future archaeologists in the year 4000 unearthed fan fiction from today about how medieval Europeans would just shit their britches to ward off witches. Sure, it's questionable, but you can kind of see that happening, right?
Thank you. Yeah, it is a very rich
Despite
orange,
what you may think, death was not the goal of gladiator battles in the Roman Colosseum.
Yeah.
If it was, Rome would have run out of them real quick. Now keep in mind that the Colosseum was active for over 400 years, hosting a plethora of different events ranging from gladiator battles to public criminal executions to full-fledged naval battle reenactments with the entire Colosseum being flooded.
I had a teacher in high school, because I went to a Catholic high school. As many of you, as I've told you guys before, I went to a Catholic high school. And so I had to take Latin because, you know, I guess when you're at a Catholic high school, they like people learning Latin, whether despite how worthless it might be. Anyway, so I had to take a Latin class, and I had to take a few Latin classes. but the teacher loved ancient Rome. Like she really loved ancient Rome to like a weird degree. Like she thought that the Romans were like the best thing on the planet, and that they were like the height of civilization, and everyone else are barbarians, basically. And it would annoy me so much because she would talk about how like they invented all this cool stuff and like how amazing they were. And then I would always like ruin it. She really didn't like me. I would always ruin it for her and be like, um, and I'd feign ignorance and I would say things like, what does the Roman word decimation mean? Like I keep hearing this word. What does that word mean? Where does the word decimation come from? Because the Romans used to, with decimation, by the way, deci meaning 10, the Romans used to go into villages after they had conquered a place, and they would line up every person in the village and kill every 10th male, which is what the word decimation means. Okay. They would also, she hated me so much. She hated me so much. And like, so she'd be going off on the grandeur of the Roman Empire. And then I'd be like, wait a minute. Wait, wasn't there like, weren't there a lot of slaves in Rome or something? I thought I heard that they were like a slave society. She hated it so much, and she would always try to give excuses. It was really weird how much she loved Rome. And what was funny about this, guys, and I know this is kind of me tooting my own horn here, but I think you guys will find it funny. I did not do well in that class, okay? And I suspect it's because she didn't like me. I think I ended up leaving that class with like a C, but I had always been convinced, and I had told people, well, I'm doing well in the class. She just doesn't like me. And there was a national Latin exam that people would take, okay? A national Latin exam that was a standardized test that they went to the schools for. And when I took that, I got a gold medal, which is like the highest you can get. I only got like 2 questions wrong. And she was so mad. Oh my God, she was so mad. She like when she was announcing who won, when she finally said my name, she goes, "Oh, and yeah, Sam got a gold medal too. Congratulations." And like she was so pissed. It made me so happy. Anyway, all right. Anyway, so I'm gonna go on. Let's keep watching this.
Pretty wild, right? Well, gladiator battles were basically the equivalent of today's UFC or boxing matches, just with swords and spears instead of fists. These fights were spectacles of sport, and the gladiators were the athletes. You had some super famous gladiators, rookie gladiators, and everything in between. While some gladiators were slaves, criminals, or prisoners of war fighting for their chance of freedom, most of the big old brutes fought for fame and fortune, or just the high-octane dopamine rush of being able to legally stab someone in the kidney and getting praised for it. Roman citizens were hyped to watch 2 dudes duke it out in a sweaty, sandy, sassy struggle of strength. But things were a lot more exciting than just the vanilla missionary position 9-to-5 white picket fence, 1.5 shoulder mass sword and shield type gladiators. Nope. Actually, there were about 30 different types of gladiators.
Yeah, there were tons of different kinds of gladiator. It was kind of like picking on like from a Tekken roster or like a Mortal Kombat roster. You could be the Phoenician gladiator, you could be the, and they all had different sets of equipment that you would use. Now here's the question, guys. Should I leave it like it is, or should I I kind of like the unbalance here. You see how the orange on this side doesn't point out at the top. Should I leave it like this, or should I also make this one pointy as well? What do we think? What do we think? What do we think? Should I make this side pointy also at the top, or should I just leave it like this, where one side is only pointing down, the other one is both? It's serving thank you. Thank you. Double pointed. Okay. So you mean double pointed? You like asymmetric? You like double pointed? You like the asymmetry? We'll just keep the asymmetry then. All right. We'll keep the asymmetry. Okay. Like that. No pointy upward. Okay. So we'll do the asymmetry. Excellent. And then to balance it out, folks, to balance it out. By the way, this is I feel like I'm being very gay right now. Do you guys see how like there's like a bunch of naked shirtless men on this image? We're talking about muscular, sweaty men fighting in a gladiatorial arena while I'm putting on makeup over here. Anyway, so let's keep watching this, right? And the Romans were very gay, by the way. Although admittedly, the Romans, they were very gay, but they also did not like bottoms. Okay, they did not like bottoms. The Romans thought that it was okay to be gay as long as
bang away at each other. You had to dual wield the Epirus, the trident,
as long as you were the one taking the quote unquote masculine role, which is kind of funny, which is very funny in my opinion, because they were very hyper masculine, etc. So
King Caesar and the alls-out, balls-out Cestus, among other DLC characters. So imagine that you're living your boring life, sitting in your boring house.
What the hell? Why does it keep? Why is it being weird to me? What is it doing? Okay, I don't know why it keeps speeding up.
Suddenly catch wind of
There
the
we go.
gladiator battle of the century. Two andabate pitted against each other. You'd lose your shit. Why would you lose your shit? Because andabate were condemned criminals fighting each other completely blind. Yeah, as a form of punishment, two criminals equipped with nothing more than a sealed helmet and a rusty sword were dumped out into the arena and forced to square off. It's like watching two blindfolded kids trying to whack at a piñata, except they're both potential piñatas. Now, while formal gladiator duels were not to the death, of course some still died, but it was more common to die by bleeding out after the match had been called by the referee.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they had referees. These were often
You're
retired
right, Marzipan
gladiators
Power.
tasked with making sure that the rules of battle were being followed and stopping fights.
By the way, you know, speaking of, I know I'm rambling about gay things now, but I think it'd be fun. I just mentioned the Romans and stuff. That you're right. So I think was it Marzipan who just mentioned that's still sometimes an issue in the gay community, the idea of like bottoms being more effeminate or whatever. But what's funny about this, guys, is that like if anyone here has ever, for you LGBTQ folks out there, if you've ever been on like a gay app, you know what I mean? I can promise you that like the most muscular men on there are almost all bottoms, which is really funny. Okay, I always thought that was kind of funny. It's like the opposite of what you would expect in a lot of ways. Not all the time, but a lot of the time. All right. I don't know if that's okay. That looks good. Okay. Yeah, all right. That works. All right. Yeah, totally. All right, there we go. I think that looks pretty good. We got that over there, that over there. Excellent. Okay. Yes. Yeah, I agree, Loy. So I totally agree. I totally agree. All right. I'm sorry, whatever. We'll keep talking. I'm sorry, I'm rambling about bottoms and tops. Let's finish up the makeup.
Before final blows were dealt. You see, gladiators were expensive investments, so their managers wanted them alive for as long as possible, lest they start all over leveling up another rookie from scratch. So with all that being said, professional gladiator battles were not performed for the sake of death, just for the thrill of the fight, and the potential of death.
True. It's also very expensive, you know?
Ancient myths are tough for modern historians to interpret, as historical writers across time have their own biases. Depending on how
You
they
think?
felt about a certain historical figure, they could cement their legacy in history as a smart fella or a fart smella. The prevailing myth that Roman Emperor Nero diddled his fiddle as Rome burned to the ground is one
Not
that should
true.
go up in smoke.
Not
It's
true.
commonly believed that Nero, having descended into madness over the course of his reign, started the Great Fire of Rome in 64
Hello, Matt's that
AD,
guy.
a disastrous and destructive inferno that destroyed nearly 3/4 of the Roman capital. Accusations claim that Nero didn't really like the look of Rome and wanted to rebuild it in his own vision with a lavish and gaudy golden palace. So
That's
a conveniently
possible
timed
politics, so-
fire would have been a great
Guys,
opportunity to do so.
Typically,
The fire
yeah, it's a good point. Politics. Red is. I know red might not really match with the other colors, but having a red nose, literally, there's one of the reasons that clowns and stuff have red noses. I'm not a clown though. I'm a jester. Is because red noses make people laugh. There's actually science in this. I don't know if you guys know this, but people who have ruddier faces or like a redder nose, it's easier for them to make people laugh because something in us, like something in our biology, makes us exactly Paul Squaw associate like red noses with probably drinking or something. So yeah, isn't that strange politics? Yeah. So like red nose is often what like comedic entertainers and stuff do, even if it like doesn't match up too well. Okay. But we'll just do a little bit of a red nose, okay, just to add the little extra laughing. All right. So you do know, yeah, you can also pull a sleigh well, right? I can also pull a sleigh very well. All right. Yeah. Red nose alcoholism. Yeah. Isn't that strange? You can honestly look it up. I'm not making it up. The psychology is very clear on it. All right. Yeah, totally. Guys, I know. I'm sorry I'm not talking politics right now. We will here in a little bit. I see a lot of you really want to talk about the UK, and so do I, and we will. Okay. Now let me finish this up. We'll finish the video.
is suspected to have started in a shopping district stockpiled with flammable goods. Once the fire started, it was nearly impossible to contain. Rome was a dense city, streets were narrow, housing structures were wooden, and the wind was a-blowin'. This set of conditions provided
Atheist, you say, are aliens real? They're probably out there somewhere, but I don't think they've come to Earth. If that's what you mean? Okay, I mean, like it seems like likelihood on the matter of statistics that there are probably aliens out there in the universe, but I don't think they've come to Earth. And atheist, we're gonna maybe watch a video later about Ancient Aliens video, which all of you know and love, I'm sure. Okay,
The perfect environment for the big old fire to really roar.
to make fun
The
of it.
blaze lasted
Exactly,
for 9
okay.
whole days, decimating 10 of Rome's 14 districts. But was Emperor Nero to blame? Not at all. According to
No. It
Tacitus,
was a
one of the
fire.
most influential Roman historians at the time, Nero was not near Rome when the fire started. He was actually several miles away in the coastal town of
All right.
Antium, but he rushed back home to Rome once
What
he caught
color
wind
should we
of
do for the
disaster.
mouth, folks? What color should we do for the mouth? Now, here is the thing, guys. Here is a little it would have to live right around the corner. Exactly, Paul Squaw. Now, here's the question, okay? Hello, Invalid Axiom. Totally big brain. So here's the question. Now, the mouth, right, needs to be, I need to put stuff down from here down, a certain color. What color should we put from the nose down? Okay, should we do green? That's what Jonas recommended. Is green good, or would green look like I just ate a bunch of grass? What color do we think? I have a beard. Yeah, but it's okay. I'll just mess up the beard a whole bunch. We have like pink. I could do pink. I could do a pink mouth. We could do green. We could do blue. Blue might look kind of weird though with the purple and the orange. Brown? No, thank you. Okay, no, thank you. No, thank you. Okay, yes, I am coloring the beard politics. I am indeed. What do we think? What color? We could do brown nose. I swear to God. Okay, CR is pretty in pink. I could. Thank you. I could do pink. Just do red. No, red is my fate. My nose is red. Okay. No, how dare you, a bright love? A bright love says, let's go with the small rectangle of black just below the nose. Screw you, not Mayflower, excuse me. A bright love. All right, okay, whatever. We'll just thank you. You know what, politics? Politics is my new favorite because politics is very nice and gives me good advice. Politics says, what do you feel like, casual? You know what, politics, you're right. What do I feel like? Okay, I'll do what I want. All right? We will choose. We'll go for pink, I guess. We'll do a pink mouth. We could do bright green. We'll do bright green. No, we'll do bright green. Okay, I changed my mind. We'll do bright green. I'll listen to what Jonas said. It's probably a horrible error of judgment. Okay, a horrible error of judgment on my part to listen to. Who's manipulating me? Who's manipulating me, Louise? I'm sorry, Loiso, okay? Says the master of manipulation, Loiso. I don't know that, Loiso. I'm just yelling at you. Let's watch. Okay, let's just do bright green. Okay, whatever.
When he did get back, Nero actually funded relief efforts and opened up private gardens and other structures for shelter to those affected. Despite these efforts, Nero still came under scrutiny from the nobles who hated him, claiming that he should have responded sooner and provided more assistance.
Freaking Nero, dude. I bet my scorched ass cheeks he started that fire himself.
Yeah, you're right. He probably did.
Guys, he was literally miles away in another city.
Yeah.
What did you do?
Yeah, it looks
And
kind of
that's how
shitty. Oh,
rumors
well,
start.
whatever.
In actual fact, there is no historical evidence that Nero started the fire, and especially no evidence that he played the fiddle when Rome burned.
Too late.
Mostly because the fiddle wouldn't be invented for another
Yeah, there
900
was no fiddle
years.
at the time, by
It's
the way.
probable that the claim is part of Christian propaganda, as Nero
course it
famously
is.
blamed
Guys-
them for the fire,
Guys,
leading
to
to
be clear,
the persecution.
like the whole book of Revelations in the Bible is talking about Nero, basically, because Christians hated Nero. So, like, the book of Revelations, from what I know, is all about, like, Nero, and it views Nero as the Antichrist and shit like that. Okay, and then people keep trying to interpret it as if it's something that's still yet to happen, even though it's clearly just bashing Nero and claiming he's the Antichrist and shit like that. Okay, all right. All right. Oh, did you, Gwen? Sorry, I can't see every chat at the moment, but okay. Now that doesn't look that bad. It looks okay. Yeah, it should be the Book of Nero. Totally invalid axiom. But, no one, that would get rid of the mystique, I think. Oh my God, this looks horrible. Oh, well, whatever. It's fine. We do what we can, folks. We do what we can. We do what we can with the makeup. All right, let's continue.
So who really got the last laugh? It was Nero. He burned a lot of Christians.
Yeah, he did. Ancient Aztecs
It's
thought
possible that your
Spaniards
middle
were
school
gods.
history
Nah.
textbooks may have toyed with the idea that ancient Aztecs, or even the greater Mexica people as a whole, saw the invading Spanish conquistadors as godlike figures. More specifically, history has suggested that the Aztec ruler Moctezuma, or Montezuma, however you want to pronounce it, believed that the arrival of the Spanish
There we go.
coincided with the prophesied return of Quetzalcoatl, the Mesoamerican feathered serpent god of creation. But we now know that it's all, as the Spanish say, a bunch of caca. It's certainly true
Yeah,
that the native
Jonas,
Mexican
absolutely.
people were stunned and confused by the appearance of the foreign invaders with their fancy horses, gunpowder, and white skin, but there's no evidence explicitly stating that they were thought of as gods. Letters written by Hernan Cortés himself about his conquests never mention being mistaken for or being
Thank you, Outer
interpreted as
Signal.
a
Okay,
god
guys, it's
in any
done. Do we like it? Do I look jestery enough? Let's finish the look, shall we? Let us finish the goddamn look. And I know the green looks kind of like awful, but hey, looks like I'm rotting from the nose down. But the best you could, it's the best I can do here, right? I think this looks pretty good, don't we? Don't we all? Do we think it looks okay? I think it looks okay. Ooh, you know what? The colors don't really align. The beard could use some Nurgle revolt. How dare you, Invalid Axiom? How dare you? You're all mean. Zombie Jester, Casual Plague. How dare all of you? Whatever. I hate all of you. Let's finish the look. All right. Oh, my goodness. We need to just finish it completely. Casually revolting. Loiso, I'm so glad you're back, Loiso. Right. Okay. Casual moss. I hate all of you so much. Really, like the most despicable people on the planet. All right. There we go. I think we're good to go, folks. Don't you? I think we're good to go. All right. Moss revolt. How dare you, Gray? I swear to God, all of you are traitors. Okay. Loiso. All right. Shall we continue, guys? Shall we continue? Ooh. There we go. I told you to go with the pink. You know what, LaCroix? It's a bit late for that. Okay, I already have the green. So you're going to have to live with it, LaCroix, okay? Yeah, why don't you go watch one of the streamers you prefer, okay? Because I know there's other ones you watch. I caught you, LaCroix, okay? Why don't you go watch them instead? Don't cheat on me with another streamer, okay? Anyway. Okay, no, I'm joking, LaCroix. Come back, please. I'm sorry. Okay, everyone, shall we keep watching? Let's watch.
way, shape, or form. And this is further supported by the writings of Spanish conquistador Bernal Diaz del
Jonas, I swear to God, Jonas.
Castillo, who chronicled Cortez's conquests
Thank you,
in real time.
politics.
One passage highlights a conversation between Cortez and Moctezuma in the Aztec capital of Tenochtitlan. Conversation basically had Moctezuma being like, yeah, people around here think I'm a god, that I'm all about gold and silver and precious stones, but look, you see that? Flesh and blood, my dude. We're both the same. I know that you're
Can you add an incentive to jiggle your... Oh my God, that's a good idea, Marzipan. Yes, I will add an incentive of some sort to jiggle my jester bells, okay? So on Twitch, I will do like one of those, those like things that whatever they're called. Yes, I'll add that. Good idea.
just a bunch of foreigners and not some otherworldly divine beings. That would just be silly. To which Cortez replied, so where did this idea come from? Well, it actually started to surface decades after the Aztecs were conquered. Publications of Spanish conquests alluded to the idea
Jiggle my bells, right?
that Cortez and his men tried to pass their weapons off as magic. And their
Yes.
horses
So it's funny because, Cortez's men were trying to trick the Aztecs because they viewed them as less, as less civilized or whatever. But the Aztecs weren't stupid. They actually didn't buy it. Okay, I know that's shocking, but the Aztecs didn't buy it. Admittedly, Montezuma, who's like who was like the king or the emperor of the Aztecs, he probably, lied about his divinity and stuff all the time anyway. So he probably recognized a fellow, liar in the conquistadors and are like, yeah, I'm sure you are a god. That's what I say I am, and I know I'm not. Okay. I know I'm kind of joking there, but yes, okay.
off as intelligent.
Yeah, they
aggressive
started with the
beasts.
gaslighting.
So it was
balls,
mainly a sensationalized retelling of events, portraying the Mexican people as more feeble-minded, all while embellishing the Spanish image.
Yep.
As it turns out, the Aztec weren't bamboozled by some distrustful deity.
Yeah.
The Spanish completely steamrolled the Aztec with the help of guns, alliances to Aztec rivals, and every European explorer's iconic weapon, disease.
It was less, oh my god, and more,
I know, shocking, Jonas, shocking.
The Great Depression was truly a financial disaster, not only for the US, but for the entire globe. Most of you out there might recall learning that the stock market crash of 1929 caused the Great Depression, but in reality, it was just the signal that shit had hit the financial fan. Nothing more than a devastating effect from a much more threatening underlying cause.
Yes.
If you're unaware, the world economy is a constant struggle for balance of supply and demand, with price being the end result. Lots of demand and no supply, prices go up. Lots of supply but no buyers, prices go down. Sure, that's a bit oversimplified, but you get the idea. The Great Depression was a catastrophic chain of events stemming from US overproduction of goods. You see, in the early 1920s, the world had entered a time of peace at the end of World War I. This led to an industrial boom, not for war machines, but for consumer goods.
So, okay, we get it. So, like, because of World War I, the country had to build a bunch of equipment and factories and things like that. We built those factories, and then they were continuing to produce after the war when there was no longer a demand for a lot of the things they were producing, or for, there wasn't a big demand for what they ended up producing after the war was over. So they overproduced, which caused too much supply, which then massively dropped price. It's a lot of issues with the Great Depression.
Production was going wild, and factories were farting out new products like crazy. To sell these products, companies began aggressive advertising campaigns. The news, radio, magazines, and everything just screamed in your face to buy the latest and greatest doohickey. And the people did. But how could customers afford all of this lavish spending?
Yep, the establishment of consumer credit.
Cars, appliances, clothes, homes, all purchased on credit. But
the United oh God, guys, you do know that that's where we're at right now, right? What is it? The average American homeowner has over $100,000 in debt. Like, elevator lady, I swear to God, elevator lady said, chia. Okay. We are massively in debt today. Like, so many people own nothing, literally. They basically just have their debt. And in the end, they don't earn anything because the debt is so big and bad, okay? So I'm going to put my glasses back on. I know it might not look that great, but I have to do it so I can see. We have no debt. Hilarious, Gwen. You mean who doesn't have debt? Americans? Or you guys don't have debt, which is great, you personally. But so many Americans have debt. Come on, I bet a lot of the Americans in here have some kind of debt, right? Like, dear God. All right. Hilarious, Mithril. Oh my God, I can't believe that person said that. All right.
The States was not the only beneficiary of a peacetime economy. European and Asian markets began producing their own goods, selling these products to the US for cheaper prices, which caught the eyes of consumers looking to save a few pennies here and there. The big American companies, seeing potential profits leaving their grubby hands, were pissed and lobbied Congress to protect their interests. In order to do so, the Fordney-McCumber Tariff of 1922 was passed.
Thank you, politics.
This raised American tariffs across the—
You don't know any millennials or younger without debt in America, personally? There you go, elevator lady. They all have so much debt.
Board.
Yep, I don't blame you, Alyssa. I don't blame you at all.
Increasing the consumer cost of foreign goods.
I know you don't, Doug, but like, there's massive amount of people with debt, okay, in the United States.
As to thin out the competition and force Americans to buy American products.
Yes.
Europe and Asia promptly responded in kind, and soon a tariff war commenced.
That's true, Sir Bart, because ain't no one going to be able to collect it soon.
Sounds a bit familiar, doesn't it? Now, in order to keep a super long story super short, here's what happened next.
Amazing. I see ICE. This is the problem, right? And I know you're younger, ICE, but ICE has 8,000K in debt. And that is very low for your age, ICE. Congratulations.
And shrank as American companies and farms overproduced their goods. Too much stuff and
8K, excuse me.
No one to buy it means less sales. Less sales means less profit for these companies. And with less company profit, that means they're going to start handing out some pink slips. With lots of people laid off, lots of people have less money to spend. So companies lose even more money. And if they lose enough of it, they go bankrupt. Now, when companies went bankrupt, at least back in the 1920s, the banks that supported them failed.
Yeah.
And when the banks failed, people's money straight up vanished.
By the way, guys, they're attempting, after the Great Depression in the United States, something was created called the FDIC, which basically, so there's a bunch of things involved. The government now basically insures deposits in your bank for, I think, up to like, what, $20,000 or something? I can't remember the exact number. So that if there is a financial crash, people won't rush on the bank because or at least they will be insured access to at least 50,000, whatever the amount is, 20,000 of their bills, okay? 20,000 of their money, even if it's been lost by the bank. But the Trump administration is trying to overturn that. As a matter of fact, the Trump administration apparently has been trying to overturn that. They've also been trying to decrease the amount of money that banks have to hold on site, which makes it more likely that there will be runs on the runs on the banks if there is a collapse. So, whatever. Who cares, right? Who cares? Even though we never even learned the lessons of the Great Depression.
Thanks to the lack of FDIC insurance. Everyone loses their shit and rushes to withdraw money from whatever banks are still standing, but there's not enough physical cash to meet that demand.
Correct.
Now, all of a sudden, no one has money.
Yep.
So what happened to it all? The banks lent it out to all the rich people, placing speculative bets on the stock market. Now, when there's a lot of market speculation, stock market prices get
Why did this turn into an economics video suddenly? But okay, we'll see where it's going.
unreasonably high. Unreasonably high prices aren't very sexy, so no one else wants to buy them.
Yeah.
Instead, they sell to take profits. But when these profits are taken, that stock price drops. When stock prices
Me too, Paul Squad, but like it turned into one, an economics video suddenly.
drop, any remaining
What is the myth here that they're talking about?
shareholders lose potential profit, which is no bueno. So they panic sell whatever
Yep.
shares they have.
Yep.
And when there's enough seller momentum across the board, the entire stock market crashes. So banks have failed, blue-collar workers have lost their life savings
Agreed,
overnight, millionaires have lost their fortunes,
Oh, no.
factories have folded, and farmers have hung up their tools.
Yep.
Not only did this cripple the United States, but the entirety
Me
of
too.
global
Like, what is
trade.
the? I don't know what the
United
myth
States
is.
could
What is the myth that he's talking about?
not meet critical export demands, and foreign economies selling raw materials such as sugar, rubber, and lumber lost their biggest customer, and thus most of their money, impacting their economies.
Yes.
The Great Depression was without doubt one of the
So this is called a Hoover town, which was funny because the president at the time that the Great Depression kicked off was Hoover, Herbert Hoover. And people really hated him because he did very little to try and fix the effects of the Great Depression. He did the Agricultural Adjustment Act, but that's about it. He didn't do much. He believed on like in charity and like communities helping out people. Okay, like he did not believe in government intervention. He was very much like a hands-off, almost like libertarian when it came to the economy, and thus it got worse and worse and worse. So he really sucked. Okay, so these shanty towns started popping up where people who had lost their homes started building these lean-tos and little huts and stuff, and they called them Hoovervilles to make fun of the fact that Hoover was responsible for that problem. Hello, Dolly Boy. Hello, Dolly Boy. How are you doing? So yeah,
first
okay, we just
economic
can't stop
disasters of the
winning,
modern
right?
age. The American economy struggled until the United States entered
Elevator lady, ignore LaCroix. It was a dad joke. We don't need to give him credit.
World War II in 1941, where demand for production and labor picked right back up. To put it simply, the 1929 stock market crash did not cause the Great Depression. It was the
I
writing
swear
on
to
the
God.
wall that the system was
LaCroix,
breaking.
you're a little demon today. You know that? You know that? I got to keep an eye on you. You're as bad as Paul Squall is today, okay?
Afterward, the banking system was overhauled and the stock market heavily
Virtual violence, you too.
regulated to prevent history from repeating itself. And we'll see how that goes. Well, that's the end of this video. Did you
Okay.
learn something new? I hope so. Want to see a part 2? I hope so.
Valid axiom, I
Let me
swear
know
to
in the
God.
comments.
Okay, all right. So there we go. That was a short little video. Okay, well, we'll stop that. All right, thank you guys for watching that with me. Yay! Don't make me put my hand. Don't make me take. No, Gwen. I'm sorry. I'm calm. I promise, Gwen. Okay. So let's go on. Okay, guys. Let's see what's happening in the news. Right. On to the real stuff now. What do you mean real stuff, Sir Bart? That was real stuff. How dare you, Sir Bart? We learned. You all learned something. You learned the ancient Egyptians didn't have slaves and shit. You're all terrible today. I don't know what's going on. Okay, what's wrong with all you? All right. Okay, so let's see here. So just a couple big news stories happening right now. We learned Rome was gay. Correct. Aren't you all happy? Yeah, I kind of are making the next Great Depression. So, no, I mean the real stuff like the alien. Exactly. Don't worry. We'll get on to the aliens at some point because it's Friday Fun Day. Sir Bart, by the way, is just a Debbie Downer and always forgets it's Friday Fun Day. Okay, it's Friday Fun Day, Bart. All right, calm down. The rest of you too. All right. Anyway, politics. When I was growing up as a person during the early CGI creations, I saw this one CGI creation about the stock market crash of the 20s using the application Maya to create CGI. Oh, that's really cool, actually, politics. That's very cool. Okay, when the woke left is hilarious, Sir Bart. Okay. All right. So we have really horrific news out of the UK. Okay. And don't worry, guys, though. I'm dressed as a jester. Whoa. Woo-hoo. Nothing to worry about. Okay. Nothing to worry about. We're all having a good time here. It doesn't matter how horrible everything is. Ugh. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have spun around because now I'm all tangled up in the cord. All right. Okay. No. Loiso, I'm sorry. They didn't use slaves on the pyramids. They had slaves. That I didn't mean to say they didn't have slaves. Okay, they had slaves. They just didn't use them on the pyramids. Okay. Oopsie. All right. Um. Okay. So let's go on here. Is the alien? Okay. Well, probably aliens will be woke. So let's go here. This is all right. So we had a bad yeah, we're going to immediately go to UK politics, guys, because it was super bad, okay? There were elections yesterday in the UK. Um yeah, but there were elections in the UK, all right? And they did not go well. They did not go well. And guys, I hate to say it, but things are happening exactly as we have talked about they would probably happen. People in the UK are fed up with the establishment. Okay, now the Conservatives did win a few seats, but to some extent, they've been trying to reject the establishment a bit too. At least they've been trying harder recently to do it. Um, People are rejecting the establishment. They're rejecting the Labor and Starmer because they're boring centrists who don't do much. And the Reform won a bunch of elections. Okay, won a bunch of elections yesterday, and Conservatives also won a bunch of elections. Um, it is not looking good. And again, this is the exact same pattern we see everywhere. Okay. This is the pattern we saw in America, right? As things get rougher in the UK economically and people suffer more, they want change. They want something different. And unfortunately, the Labor Party is just an establishment thing. And it is, hasn't been really doing much to help folks. People are sick of it, and so they're turning to more radical ends of the political spectrum, which is what happens. Okay, that's what we talk about fascism all the time. And my concern is that it's just going to keep getting worse until the Labor Party changes its course, which is unlikely because, as we've said before, it's a liberal establishment party, or the Greens start winning, which is also unlikely because who do we think the people in power are backing? And we already see that the mainstream media over in the UK are going after the Greens. Okay. So like the establishment always goes after the left. Okay. So like that makes it harder for the left to win these things in terms of being an alternative to the establishment. So it's not good. It's not looking good. Matt Saigai, in most universities, is mostly towards Greens or Labor, though Reform did make inroads in some posh areas. Got you. Okay, yeah, that makes sense, Matt Saga. That's happened in the U.S. too. Like a lot of times, universities or young people will move towards the left, more so to the right. Okay. Um, yeah, Labor had almost double the amount of seats as the Greens. Someone make it make sense. Yeah, I know, Jonas. So this is a bit. We're just seeing a turn here, guys. For those that aren't from the UK, the people in the UK are kind of experiencing what America went through or is still going through, except obviously they have a different electoral system. But this is what I've talked about. This is how fascism works. Okay, people get sick of the center, and then the establishment parties don't make a change, so people start getting radicalized towards more extreme ends of the political spectrum. And because of how the system is set up, it benefits people going towards the right. All right. So, and it's not looking good. And here we have Keir Starmer, who should be resigning, in my opinion. He should be resigning, but he's not. He's not. And am I right that if he resigned, that doesn't mean that there wouldn't be a Labor PM, right? Or does that mean they'd have to call a new election? What if he were to resign? What would that mean? Would someone tell me? Doesn't that mean that they would have to basically choose on a new prime minister? But it would be a Labor prime minister, wouldn't it? So it's not like they'd be losing much if they did that. It's not like having a new election, right? Am I right about that? New election. I thought so. Okay. It isn't forced, but they likely would be held. I got you. Okay. So like, there would be a leadership election. Got you. I thought so. So the Labor Party would in fact then choose the new PM. So it's not like they would lose power. They would just lose this bozo. Okay. And I'm the one that was dressed like a jester, but he's the clown. Okay. All All right. I know they're all scared shitless of the Greens. They are, and they're all going after the Greens. They're going harder after the Greens than they are after reform, in my opinion. But what else do we expect? Okay. Anyway, so again, this is disastrous, and it's a bad sign for the future. Now, okay, now it can be reversed. I'm not saying there's no hope for it to be reversed. It could be that, and this is a low likelihood, in my opinion, that people wake up after this. Maybe. I don't think so. That seems unlikely, but maybe they'll wake up, and the fear of the reform will cause people to push back more against them. Maybe. I don't know, but it's not completely lost hope, but it's not a good sign. Yeah. More racist pogroms around England. Almost certainly, Paul Squaw. And guys, if you're in the UK and you are not a white person, especially if you're not, if you're a migrant to the UK, please be extra careful, because when votes like this happen, it enables people who feel racist and xenophobic. If they feel that they're winning, they suddenly feel like they can come out of the racial closet and do more violence and say more horrible things to people, and do more violent attacks and stuff like that. It's enabling. So just I'm not, just something to think about. That tends to happen when there's a big win on the far right. Okay, right, Lacroix. No, this time the people in power will be able to control the fascists. That's what exactly, Lacroix, that's hilarious. Every time in history, folks, you cannot control the fascists, all right? Every time, you just can't do it. And I could bet you that you will always hear people say that, well, we'll just get cooler heads in there. They'll control Farage. No, they won't. All right. Great Yarmouth and surrounding areas changed to Great Yarmouth First Party. I think it's an offshoot of Rupert Lowe's. Ew. Oh my God, Louise. Okay. God. Okay. Jonas, I just wonder what those reform voters, will protest against when our version of, that's for sure, Jonas. I wonder what those reform will protest against what our version of ISIL do. Yeah. Jesus. So it's not going to be good. Mithril, some MP said Labor need to move closer to reform. Oh my God. That is okay. And this is what kind of what Lacroix was referring to. A lot of times the mainstream parties, because they feel like they cannot go to the left because they are beholden to capitalist interests. So because they're like, oh crap, we lost, we need to change in some way. We can't go left because that's bad for the, for the capitalist class. I guess we have to go further to the right and be more like reform. That's exactly what a lot of Democrats did. Okay, very bad sign. I can't believe that some MP is saying that, but that makes sense to me. It makes sense to me. Okay, that makes sense to me. Okay. So they elected reform candidates even after it came out a crypto guy gifted. Oh my God, Gwen, it's just like the US. All right. Trump has had all kinds of scandals. And no one cares. No one cared because they were desperate for something different. So they were willing to look the other way for the corruption and stuff. Okay. Jonas, but Labor has been doing that. You look at how Starmer has met. You're right, Jonas, but you notice how they're like, oh no, we need to go even farther. We need to go even farther to the right. They cannot, they are unable to move in the way that they need to move. It's like because the system is set up to make it so that they can't, or at least that they don't want to, or they don't understand that they should. Okay. It's very bad. Okay. And I'm worried, and I don't know this for sure. I'm worried that they're kind of stuck in a death spiral, because this is hard to get out of when Labor won't change its ways. Okay. When the Greens are being repressed by the press and things like that. What's the option then for people? Okay. What's the option? And since Starmer's not resigning, they're not even giving a chance. They're not even giving the image that they're not the establishment, right? They're not even trying to present an image of not being the establishment by keeping Starmer in there. So, okay. Anyway, misery has never been more profitable, correct? Invalid axiom. Personally, I like to help my overlord step on my neck, right? Invalid axiom. So, horrible news. And for the people in the UK, oh, dear God, I'm so sorry you're going through this, really. Whenever Greens have any wins, the left are, of course, right, whenever Greens have any wins, the left are their biggest opponents. Is that so, Jonas? You mean like socialists and stuff? Um, or like you mean labor? Because that's interesting if the left goes after the Greens. I guess it does. A lot of lefties think electoral, like you shouldn't do anything with electoralism. Maybe, I don't know. That's interesting. Okay. Okay. Let's take a look at what Matt Saigai sent. So I should do a scream up. Okay. Ooh, I would love that, Paul Squaw. I would love that. Okay. That's a good idea. Um, lesbian hot sauce. I love that. Okay. So these are the results these are the national store card. Oh my God. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. So wait, does the Reform Party have the majority now in Parliament? Oh, council seats. Council seats. Okay, I'm sorry, not council seats. I mean, this is council seats. This is not like Parliament, right? Yeah, I know. For some reason I'm like, wait a minute. Okay, I'm like, what? Okay, yeah, no, I know, guys. Sorry, I thought that I thought I saw the word Parliament somewhere, so I'm just never mind. Okay, I was like, wait a minute. I thought these were local elections. Okay, all right. So okay, so my God, that's not good. 897. That's no good. That's no good. I'm sorry, Louise. I'm sorry. All right, I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, so labor awaiting results. I'm trying to see here. All councils, district, London. Okay, Reform didn't do well. And let's see. Holly Ron. Okay, let me go down here. I'm curious. Liberal Democrats awaiting. Where are some places that switched? I want to find places that switched. Control changes only. So Newcastle went to Reform. Harlow went to Conservatives. Okay. How many councils will they lead? I'm trying to figure out how to use this site. I'm sorry. How do I see how many councils they will lead? Control changes. All councils. Oh my God. Several went to Reform or Conservative. Okay, no, if we were Parliament, it would be a way bigger deal. No, I know, but I didn't think it was Parliament, guys. But when I read this, I'm like, wait a minute, is it Parliament? I thought it was local elections. I thought I saw the word Parliament somewhere. No, I'm not having tech issues. I'm just trying to figure out how to. Where does it say? Oh, here we go. Here's a map. Map a council control across England. This doesn't show me much, Matt Saigai. Okay, so we're still awaiting most of them, I guess. The counting is still okay. Got you. But it's not looking good, right? From what I've read, it's not looking good at all. Okay. So how do we know so many results then? If there's it looks like very few of these places have been counted. Is it just that they're doing like after exit polling or something? Or is it just looking bad as they count them? All right. The news reporting is shit. I got you. Okay. Stop the steal. Stop the right. Yeah. Yeah, the Tories are winning on a lot of places. Okay. Though I guess the Greens did win the election, the mayoral race in London's Hackney borough, and gained hundreds of council seats in urban centers. Okay, so that's good. I guess the Greens did win in some places. The election, oh my God. Okay, here, I'm sorry. I know I'm trying to figure this out. Here it says Tony Travers, professor of government at the London School of Economics, which is a super neo-lib school, okay? It's a very lib school. Said the election showed established parties struggling to respond to populists on the left and right who appear to provide plain, painless, and simple solutions to intractable political. He's right. I was about to criticize him, but he's right. Because the left, yeah, okay, the labor is having trouble responding to the populists because they need to become more populist. It is a populist time in the UK, and they need to do more non-establishment policies, and they actually need to do shit. Okay, Paul Squaw, no, Paul Squaw. I don't think he might be saying they're delusional. That's possible. I guess you're right from how he phrased it, but he's right that about the populism thing, right? That people are upset that the parties aren't, aren't actually pushing for the mainstream parties are not radical enough. But I see what you mean, okay? Because he is implying that who appear to provide painless and simple solutions, right? Um, okay. Yeah, no, you're right. You're actually right, Paul Squaw. I guess I'm saying though he's right about the like that the mainstream parties aren't kowtowing enough to what the people want. Um, all right, Gwen. Interesting how a week before the elections, the media was painting. Of course, exactly, Gwen, because the establishment always fights the left if it's given the choice. If the establishment is given the choice between the fascists and the left, they're gonna go with the fascist every single time. Okay. So what'd you send me here, Matt Sci Guy? Oh, this is the ongoing news. Whew. All right. Labor suffers historic defeat. Oh my God, so many council seats becoming reform. This is horrific. Now the Greens are gaining some. Okay. Jesus Christ. Okay, no immediate leadership change from Angela Rayner. Westminster Giants. See here. I would bet, Louise. I bet. Okay. Well, I'm sorry. Well, what do you think, Louise? I'm sorry, Loiso. We'll switch to what? Just to make sure I know what you're saying. Okay, so this doesn't look good, but we will see what happens. The Greens did make some gains. But not many as I would have liked to see. I'm sure many of you too would have liked to see it. Okay. So it looks like the Greens are doing okay in Scotland. Results have continued to come in from Scotland. Among them, the Scottish Greens have taken Glasgow South Side from the SNP seat once held by former Minister Nicola Sturgeon. Interesting. Okay. Not bad. All right. So, okay, we'll keep an eye on this, folks, but, all right. We're seeing, well, predictable outcome. Oh, fascinating, Loiso. So Loiso says reform. Most voters lost by reform lost by Labor went directly to reform. I believe some Labor MPs will start following suit. God, that's a horrifying thought, but I believe it. I believe it, Loiso. A lot of because that's what they do. If you're an establishment party, you don't go to the right. You always go. You don't go to the left. You always go to the right if you want to switch. Gwen, they don't have the recognition that Farage and others have in reform, but the media isn't going to help them. Correct. That's the problem. Okay. Yeah, that's the problem, right? And it's guys, we have talked about this in this community multiple times. Like, this is always what happens when fascists take over, right? We all have said the exact same story multiple times. Okay. We talked about how the Nazis got to power, how Trump got to power, how Mussolini got to power. It's always the same sort of thing, and we're seeing it play out. Now, okay, so not good. I'm sorry, virtual violence. Don't worry, we'll go on to the fun stuff here. But let's let's quickly go down to the next story here, and then we'll go more onto the fun stuff. All right, because it is Friday. So the Daily Beast, which by the way is not always the most reliable source, I got to tell you. It is a good left liberal source. Okay. They're pretty, I guess, progressive in some ways, but a lot of times they do kind of sensationalist journalism that isn't fully based in reality. Regardless, they have a lot of moving to reform apart from design. I expect they'd be moving to Lib Dems and Greens. Maybe Matt Saigai, we can hope. Okay, we can hope. It's just that, and that's possible. It's just that historically, when an establishment party member does make a change, they typically go to the right. In most cases, not in every case, but that's the trend in a capitalist society. But we'll see what happens. Okay, so Trump makes wild attempt to rebrand naval battle. So I just thought this is funny. So if you guys didn't hear, please, more fun stuff. My pet bird of 15 years died while I was at work today. I need some funny stuff, Jester Man. Dolly Boy, we will get right to it, okay? I'm so sorry to hear that, Dolly Boy. My condolences for your loss. That is really sad, okay? We'll get on to some fun stuff. Don't worry. I only have 2 news stories. This is the second one, and then we'll go on to some fun stuff. All right, guys? I'm getting a lot of requests for fun stuff. All right. So this is kind of funny in itself. So Donald Trump, apparently there was some shooting back and forth. Iran fired some missiles and drones at some American destroyers in the Strait of Hormuz. And Donald Trump, this happened yesterday, by the way. Donald Trump responded. He claimed, so he responded with a, a very long Truth Social post that is hilariously stupid. He said, I'm just going to say it, 3 world-class American destroyers just transited very successfully out of the Strait of Hormuz under fire. There was no damage done to the 3 destroyers, but great damage done to the Iranian attackers. They were completely destroyed along with numerous small boats, which are being used to take the place of their fully decapitated navy. Apparently not fully decapitated. These boats went to the bottom of the sea quickly and efficiently. Missiles were shot at our destroyers and were easily knocked down. Likewise, drones came and were incinerated while in the air. They dropped ever so beautifully down into the ocean, much like a butterfly dropping to its grave. Oh my God. A normal country would have allowed these destroyers to pass, but Iran is not a normal country. They are led by lunatics, and if they had the chance to use a nuclear weapon, they would do it without question. But they'll never have that opportunity, and just like we knocked them out again today, we'll knock them out a lot harder and a lot more violently in the future if they don't get the deal signed fast. Our 3 destroyers with their wonderful crews will now rejoin our naval blockade, which is truly a wall of steel. Okay, so obviously stupid, stupid, but also fun side note here. When asked by a reporter yesterday, so does this mean the ceasefire is over? Did you hear what Donald Trump said? He said, no, they were just love taps. These were just love taps. That's literally, I'm not joking, that is literally what he said. That this firing back and forth isn't the end of the ceasefire. It's just love taps. I mean, what the fuck? What? So, okay, that's kind of silly in a scary way that he's the leader of the United States. And I don't know. I don't know, LaQual, what it is. I don't know if it's a domestic violence joke. It might be. I'm not sure what love tap means, but a love tap, I guess, could also be like where, I don't know, like a dog or something taps against you. I've heard that before. I don't know, but that's the lunacy we're living in here. Yeah, I think it's just his decaying body, probably. He probably doesn't even know what he's saying. But all right. So yay for American Empire. And that, folks, is the end of our 2 stories. We'll get on to the good stuff right now. All right, let's get on to some fun stuff, right? So we need a break, don't we? It's Friday. I know, right, Marsman? Let's do some fun stuff. Let's forget about how bad everything is. Ho, 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 whoa, yay, guys, look, I'm a jester. Listen to the bells. Ooh, whoa. Okay, everyone feels better now? We all happy? Let's get on, okay? So I have some videos. To watch that'll be more fun than anything, okay? More fun. By the way, guys, for those that are just joining us, if we get $40, we will do an After Dark stream. If we get to 60, we will do an After Dark stream and a movie night, okay? If we get to 100, I will stream nonstop until the end of the day, until the end of the night. I'm going to pour except for a moment to go get food, and then I'll be right back, etc., and then I'll eat it in front of you. All right? We already have $8, so if we get to 40, we will do an After Dark, okay? So I just wanted to remind everyone that is our current goals. I think no. Actually, we already have more than that. I believe we have what? We have $16. We have $16, I believe. So we have 16. I'm going to keep track. We have 16. We need to get to 40, and then we'll do an After Dark. All right. So let me put down the 16. I know it'll be a long one on a Friday night. I'm sorry, Druzilla. I know you. I'm sorry, Alyssa. I'm not Druzilla. Alyssa. I'm sorry, Alyssa. I'll do it on a better day. Okay. I'm sorry. I'll try to do it on a better day in the future. Plus 16 equals that. Okay. So you got 24. Let's see here. That is 200. Thank you. That's 200. That's 400. So that is 8 more plus 4 more. So that is 12 more plus 12. So we have $36. 4 more, guys, and we'll do an After Dark, okay? Mayflower Kid. Hello, Mayflower Kid. So glad you're here. Hello, Drizilla. Hello, Drizilla. Okay, guys. So let's get on to the fun stuff, right? Let's watch. Okay, so you all know how much I love Ancient Aliens because surely it's real, right? Surely aliens came to Earth and built the pyramids and shit. Ha ha. No, it's not. It's complete bullshit. But it's always fun to watch some Ancient Aliens. And Ancient Aliens posted a new video recently. Oh, Alyssa, I feel so bad now. Why do you make me sad? Why do you make me feel guilty, Alyssa? Okay, fine, fine. So that's +5. So Alyssa has just gotten us to our goal. We now have $41. Thank you, Alyssa. So we now will be doing an After Dark. Okay. So we are gonna watch thank you, Gwen. So that's 2 more. Oh, God, guys, thank you. Sorry, I'm having trouble keeping up. I need to find a better way to track this because I'm on YouTube and Twitch. I have to do it on a little thing. So that is now we have 43. All right. So let's what Paul Squaw vote did it too. Let me see here. Oh yes, Paul Squaw did 3 gift subs. How much is that? Is that $6? I can't remember how much a gift sub is. Thank you so much, Paul Squaw. Paul Squaw, how much was what was each gift sub? I should say. Okay, how much did it cost? I'm curious. I'm eternally unappreciated. Paul Squaw, I'm sorry. I love you, Paul Squaw. You know you're my favorite. Okay, I'm always going after you, but I enjoy you. On Twitch, subs are much more. Really? Are they? What? How much are they? I'll look it up. But we'll add that to the total. Jesus Christ, we pay like 5. Okay, so that's $6 each. That would be what? 12, 18. So that'd be +18. Oh my God. Well, guess what? We're watching a movie now too. Okay, so we're watching a movie now too. So that's $30. It was like $6 all around. It was like $6 all around. Oh. Okay, so I did that wrong. That would be 50. God, I can't do math. 49, 50, 50. I think it's about 50. That sounds about right. So we're almost there. 50? Okay, 50. All right. 6. All right. It was around 6. I thought so. Okay, so we're at 50. We need 10 more. Okay, no, $6 a sub. Oh, okay. So guys, we got it then. We're there. We're at 60. Okay, we just made it to 60. So we're gonna do a movie too. Yay! Okay. Wow, we're doing fast. So we'll do a movie tonight, and then we'll do a Jester After Dark. All right. So yay. Okay. Oh, guys, we have to figure out what kind of movie. We got to figure out what kind of movie to watch. Okay. Okay. Yay. All right. What, Matt Saga? Listen to me when I say it. Matt Saga, I'm being yelled at by a lot of people. Okay. Also, guys, the amount you pay is not is oftentimes not the amount I receive. So I'm also trying to. I mean, so I don't really know how much it is on your end. I have to check it out. Yes. Okay. School teacher repeatedly fails at multiplication table with the help of a calculator. Loiso, I swear to God, not all of us, Loiso, are in the top class of mathematics in Europe, okay, or whatever the fuck that shit you told us Loiso is. Okay, not all of us are mathematical geniuses, Loiso. Okay, dear God. Okay, so we're not gonna watch Gone with the Wind, Gwen. I'm not insane, okay? We're not gonna watch Roots, okay? We're gonna watch something like fun that isn't sad and make me cry, okay? Paul Squaw, I'm giving money to Jeff Bezos and CR. It's annoying. I have to do that. Paul Squaw, that's a fair point, Paul Squaw. I wonder if there's a way we can. Now, I will say there's a way to do it, Paul Squaw, where you could like send it to buy me a coffee. We need to figure it out. I'll figure out a way where you guys can send it directly to me. Okay. Anyway, so. All right. Hello, Yola Bun. Let's continue. We could do Oddity. We could watch Oddity. Do you guys like horror? You know what? We'll talk about this later. Later. Okay. So let's do this. Okay. So we have a video here. We could do PayPal. That's true. Level 269 MB. Thank you, level 269. We're not gonna watch Home Alone, Drizella. Bad idea, Drizella. Try harder next time. Okay. We'll figure it out. Okay. Let's go on. I'm sorry, I was having a mind blank. I'm reading what everyone's saying. Electra, that's true. Is that true, Sylvia? I don't have Streamlabs though. Maybe I could try Streamlab. We'll figure it out, guys. I'm sorry about that, Paul Squad. I do feel bad that some of it's going to Jeff Bezos. All right, guys. So let's watch this. So this is an Ancient Aliens. It's called Aliens and the Power of 3 Explained. Aliens and the Power of 3 Explained. Okay, no, Philly cheese, dear God. All right. Okay, let's watch.
The Giza Plateau, Egypt. Three great pyramids line the desert just outside of Cairo.
This is going to be fun.
Constructed more than 4,000 years ago, this unique trio of monuments is arguably the most recognizable in all the world.
Yeah.
The pyramids also employ the most magnificent use of triangles in architecture.
I hate all of you, by the way.
You had in ancient Egypt what we might think of as a Masonic
Oh, did you?
tradition.
Invalid accent? You saw an alien? Ooh, okay.
There were the builders
Totally out of
themselves who
signal.
embodied the knowledge of geometry.
Wait, what did he just say? Did he say the slaves? Didn't we just talked about how there were not slaves at the pyramids.
The pyramid.
I agree. Oh my God, we should watch Jojo Rabbit. Oh my God, Big Braden. That is actually a good recommendation. Who here has seen Jojo Rabbit? I think Jojo Rabbit would be a great movie to watch as a community.
Also employ the most magnificent
That's
use
literally
of
my favorite movie of all time, so I'm biased, okay? That is literally my favorite movie of all time.
triangles in architecture.
You had in ancient Egypt what we might think of as a Masonic tradition. There were the builders themselves who embodied the knowledge of
Masonic
geometry,
tradition?
the knowledge of tool making, and how to put buildings together, and especially how to create buildings that were themselves the vehicles for initiating or inducing higher consciousness.
Wait, what? I'm sorry. That the pyramids induce a higher consciousness? How the fuck does that work? I'm very confused. How does there's so many people yelling right now. I have no idea what's happening in the chat. Forgive me if I'm missing everyone's comments. Everyone is yelling at me at once. Okay. Yeah, I guess do the pyramids make you smarter or some shit? I guess, Loy, so I couldn't tell if he meant like the Freemasons, or did he mean like Masonic, as in like, because a lot of times when you hear Masonic with these loons, they say they mean Freemasons, but you're right. He probably just meant regular Masons. So I don't know what the fuck he means by that. They're like they have what? They increase your consciousness. I will say the pyramids are cool in that they symbolize a new state attempting to rally its population to build a great work to represent them as a whole. Okay. It's kind of like, it's not nationalism, but it's kind of like pre-nationalism, nationalism. Like the whole country working together to build these massive monuments to their pharaohs, okay, is sort of a sign of like a collective identity forming that you wouldn't normally have in these kind of societies as much, I guess you could say. So it's interesting in that way. I got you, Loiso. But so it's cool in that way. They were sort of symbolic of this civilization that had a collective identity, despite the fact that they were all different skin colors. Okay, they came from different places, a lot of them, and all you had to do was wear makeup and things like that. Okay, Egypt was not an ethno state, by the way. Definitely not an ethno state.
The Giza pyramids are very interesting in that you have three major pyramids. Their sides are triangles. Think of the triangle.
By the way, there were more pyramids than just three there. There was I think there were a couple other smaller ones too. Why are they leaving out the smaller ones?
The simplest, most
okay, so this guy, why do all the folks that they have on the show all look the same? Okay. Why do okay, so like they all look okay, whatever. Not as crazy as the one guy, but this guy is Robert Schoch, PhD. And it says that he wrote a book called Forgotten Civilization. Let's look him up.
Perfect geometry.
Let's look him up. Robert Suck. Is that his name? I don't know. Looked like it. Robert Schoch. American. What is he an expert in? $10 says he has no idea. Hilarious. Hilarious. He's from the natural scientists. He's not even an archaeologist. Yeah. He's not even okay. His research was on an extinct mammal. He has okay. So all right. Body swap. Hello, body swap. So glad. Obviously, he's not an expert. And then Okay, Cock is, I'm sorry, oops, I pronounced that wrong. Skok, I think that's his name, is best known for his fringe argument that the Great Sphinx of Giza is much older than conventionally thought and that some kind of catastrophe was responsible for wiping out evidence of a significantly older unknown civilization. Hilarious. So stupid. The Sphinx water hypothesis is rejected by the archaeological community because of evidence contradicting his conclusions. So stupid. I swear, guys, all the people who make these claims, none of them are actually archaeologists. He also wrote a pseudo-archaeology book called The Lost Secrets of the Gods, which argues for the existence of ancient astronauts. All right. Now, Mark Lehner is actually a well-known archaeologist in America, and he's an Egyptologist. He disputed the analysis. All right. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm getting too much of it. I just like looking at who we're... All right.
Trick 4.
I'm not being an elitist. How dare you, Drizella? But just to be clear, I love it when like shows like this put PhD after someone's name, but it's not a PhD in what they're talking about at all. Like they don't actually have knowledge about what they're talking. They don't have like a PhD in what they're talking about, but they add the PhD to make it sound like they're an expert in what they're talking about. Okay.
The ancients were certainly intrigued by geometry, indeed sacred geometry, and certainly a triangle is one of those basic archetypal shapes that perhaps is hardwired into the human consciousness, and this may find...
What does that mean? Perhaps it's hardwired into the human consciousness? What?
Expression in monuments such as the pyramids.
No, I know, elevator lady.
We've got that progress.
Thank you, Jonas.
Towards perfection, towards the top of the triangle. It's a very upward directed, higher directed shape, and I think we kind of get that on a subconscious level.
What does that mean? We get that on a subconscious level. Okay, we get what? By the way, one of the reasons why most of the, like, these, I guess, things shaped like the pyramids, pyramid-shaped things, is because that's an easy way to construct something at the time. If you have something going straight up and down in the ancient period, it can fall over really easily. So like one of the best way to have a stable structure is to create a pyramid, because you're not going to have to worry about shit falling over. Okay. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's a shocking. Who would have thought? That's why you see things that are like pyramidally shaped, or at the very least, bigger at the bottom and smaller at the top all throughout the ancient world. All right. In a lot of places. Dodongo. I just got out of a penis inspection and I see this scary jester. What the hell are you talking about, Dodongo? Hello, Dodongo. So glad you're here. Hello, Body Swap. So glad you're here as well. I guess so, Loiso. All right.
So there is a sense in which the number 3 in the form of the triangle, in the form of the apex of the pyramid, represents a portal, a gateway.
Okay, we're going a bit crazy now. We've kind of lost the script. Okay, I'm sorry, how did we go from the like number 3 and like pyramids to a portal? I'm very confused. I don't get the, I really don't. I don't understand the jump we've made. Okay? Like, what? You know what? I guess we'll find out. I'm going to go back. Did I miss something? Like, why are we talking about a portal now?
Towards the top of the triangle. It's a very upward directed, higher directed shape, and I think we kind of get that on a subconscious level.
Huh?
So there is a sense in which the number 3 in the form of the triangle, in the form of the apex of the pyramid, represents a portal, a gateway into another realm.
I'm sorry, I'm very confused. I am very confused.
You might say it's a realm of the gods.
What? Can we have some evidence for this? What are we talking about? What does the number 3 have to do with a portal?
Do the 3 pyramids of Giza really represent some sort of portal to a divine realm?
What does that mean, represent? Like, it's symbolic of a portal? Or like it is actually a portal? And like, how does that? I don't get it. Nope, Yolabun, this is not satire. This is Ancient Aliens. This is History Channel bullshit, and a lot of people believe it. I've met a lot of people who believe there were ancient aliens. Okay, so not satire at all, Yolabun.
Perhaps more clues about the sacred nature of the triangle can be found by examining the work of one of the most celebrated mathematicians of all time.
Pythagoras.
Samos, Greece.
Thank you, Invalid Axiom, for that. Thank you.
6th century BC. Greek
Thank you, Loiso. Okay.
Mathematician and philosopher Pythagoras.
Actually, kind of, Yolabun. Actually, that's funny. Yolabun says, can we blame this on capitalism too? Partially. Because, they make a lot of money peddling this bullshit because it's entertaining. So, yeah, History Channel, which is owned by Murdoch, by the way. History Channel's owned by Fox News at this point. Put out a bunch of bullshit that's very entertaining and plays off how people don't know much about archaeology and stuff, and they make tons of money off of it. So, yeah, I guess you could partially blame capitalism.
Produces his famous theorem.
Okay.
A squared plus B squared
equals
C squared. The formula explains the mathematical relationship between the three sides of right triangles. And some believe it was originally based on the design.
Oh, God. Whenever you hear, of course, Gwen, when the clicks come first and the truth comes second. Yeah. Can we just be honest? Like, whenever you hear the phrase, some people believe, okay, like, you don't just, okay. I'm sure, yeah, which people are this that believe this, okay?
Of the Egyptian pyramids.
Pythagoras lived 2,500 years ago. It is said that he studied with the great teachers of Egypt, and he brought the wisdom of Egypt back to Greece. That, in effect, was the birth of Greek philosophy.
Yeah, YOLO.
For Pythagoras.
So there actually is some legitimate debate amongst archaeologists about how much of Greek culture, mathematics, philosophy, and things like that came from Egypt. Now, to be honest with you, I don't fully buy a lot of it. Now, so let me rephrase it. Definitely there was influence in ancient Egypt, in ancient Greece from Egypt, but like a lot of the stuff they did come up with themselves. And it sounds like I'm being racist. And the reason I say that is because one of the reasons this theory was developed is that it was a counter to the white supremacist ethnocentrism of Egyptology, where they used to say that of the study of the Greeks, the idea that the Greeks were white, they must have been more civilized and able to do better math and philosophy and things like that. And so there was an old idea that no, the Greeks came up with everything from themselves, okay, and that the Egyptians couldn't have possibly helped. Yes. You're right, Loiso. So there are definitely some things that came from Egypt that the Greeks took on, and like the Pythagorean theorem, the Egyptians definitely contributed to that a whole bunch, and some other things. But some people take it really far, and they move to something called Afrocentrism, which is the idea that everything originally came from Egypt. And everything was taken by the Greeks. It's more complicated than that. It's a combination, okay? The Egyptians gave a lot to the Greeks. The Greeks took a lot from the Egyptians. They also built upon what the Egyptians did, and they invented some new things. But it's also kind of doesn't make sense because there are also different time periods involved. Egypt was around for longer. It was younger than the Greeks were in a lot of ways. So but it's unclear. It is unclear. Does that make sense? But there is definitely some relationship there.
And for a lot of ancient philosophers, mathematics was a kind of more precise description of the supernatural. They're coming to terms with man's place on this earth, and one of the ways you do that is by measurements, and measurements have to develop, and when they develop more complex mathematics.
Yeah, totally, Body Swap. You said, I think I struggle with how indigenous creation stories and spirituality have been commodified by capitalism into quirky aesthetics and hobbies, and stripped of a lot of spiritual value and nuance. Oh, that's for sure. I think I struggle with how indigenous creation stories and spirituality have been combined. Yes, they have. Okay, that's absolutely true. Okay, yeah. Also, like the ancient, with a lot of the ancient Egyptian stuff too. A lot of folks have like ancient Egyptian stuff, and a lot of these people. Yeah, okay, it's definitely been majorly commodified. You know what I mean?
Pythagoras is one of the very early philosophers to develop this stuff.
Pythagoras taught that everything in the universe has a three-part structure.
Okay.
And every problem in the universe...
Wait a minute. Is he saying that the Egyptians learned from Pythagoras? I'm very confused about what his argument here is, because Pythagoras definitely took from the Egyptians.
...can be reduced diagrammatically to a triangle. To Pythagoras and his followers, the triangle represented ascension, and the triangle itself, and the number 3 was the key to all the hidden mysteries.
What?
In Karnak, France, there are thousands of megalithic standing stones that are over 6,000 years old. And many of them are in the form of a right triangle or a Pythagorean triangle. And they were built many thousands of years before Pythagoras. These same geometric relationships of the right triangle have also been found at Avebury and Stonehenge.
Okay. Yeah, so what? I don't get it. Stonehenge is a circle, so you can easily make triangles out of it if you try. Look at that. You can like easily find triangles and shit. If it's circular, you can make all kinds of connections on what? You can just like what? Of course, you can draw random triangles on any circle. I don't get it. Yeah, right, Mithril, leave our monuments out of this, you charlatans. Yeah, like I don't get it. It's okay. Stonehenge isn't like a fill in the blank drawing. It's not like a connect the dots drawing. I don't understand.
And you have to ask yourself, does the Pythagorean triangle represent some kind of special extraterrestrial geometry? A geometry of 3s?
What? Wait a minute. Why the fuck okay, I'm sorry, but like, why do we need the extraterrestrials to understand a triangle to begin with? Or like the number 3? That's like a very low number. There's a lot of things that come in 3s. I don't get it. Like, I'd feel like a number introduced by aliens would have to be pretty big or unusual, like something we wouldn't be able to grasp normally. Like, I can count to 3 on my fingers, right? Like, most humans can be like, oh, this is a certain amount. Look, this is an amount of fingers I have. Like, I don't get it. And then why they're making a triangular shaped flying saucer, which would therefore not be a saucer anyway. You know what? I don't know. Okay, whatever. It's fine.
The bottom line is that a squared plus b squared equals c squared applies to the entire universe. And so for Pythagoras...
What do you mean by that? Yeah, of course it does. It's a mathematical principle. I don't get what that's like. It applies to the whole universe. Yeah, you can draw universes in a lot of places in the universe. A lot of things. Like, what do you mean? I don't. But like, it might not. We actually don't know if it does. But like, I don't know. Does it apply inside of a black hole? Like, I don't know. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. It's just a stupid thing, and I don't get it.
To come up with this, of course, is extraordinary.
Oh, here's the guy. We all know this guy, right? We all know this guy. But what if you couldn't make a triangle on Mars, right? Like, I don't get this shit, right? So this guy, whenever we see him, this is the guy that's like the standard bearer for the show. Luckily, his hair looks a bit better than it used to. This is Giorgio A. Tzoukalos. Let's take a look at who this is. Giorgio... Giorgio Tzoukalos. Tzoukalos. I gotta look him up. There he is, Tzoukalos. Giorgio Tzoukalos. All right. He is a Swiss-born writer. Build the wall, am I right? That's a joke. Okay. And a television presenter and producer. He's a UFOologist, whatever that is. and a promoter of ancient astronauts hypothesis. He was a promoter of bodybuilding contests, including Mr. Olympia. So what is it? Does he have expertise on this? He literally doesn't have any. What? He went to Ithaca College. He has nothing. He has nothing. He's just an entertainer. He's literally just an entertainer. He was a promoter. Yeah, he has nothing. Okay, he has zero expertise in this whatsoever. He's literally just a lunatic who did bodybuilding competitions. He has an official website. Let's go. Oh my God, look at that image, guys. Oh my God, wow, so sexy. The aliens, guys. Okay, great. Here he's holding a skull. It says he's described as the world's leading ancient astronaut theorist. He's a frequent speaker and lecturer at fan events. Okay, yeah, he doesn't. Okay, this is a waste of my time. He's no one. Okay, he doesn't have any expertise in this at all. He's just an entertainer. Hilarious. All right, whatever. Let's go on. I can't. Let's just go on.
But he was not the first.
So we know that Pythagoras got this information from ancient Egypt. And the ancient Egyptians themselves say that this was knowledge from the gods. So what we have is a situation whereby the ancient Egyptians got this information from a non-human intelligence, from...
That is explicitly racist, by the way, folks. I've talked about this before. You can literally, guys, go and look at ancient history. I mean, at the history of archaeology and see that originally, by the way, you can look and see that there was an idea at the beginning that, these structures in Egypt couldn't have been built by Egyptians because they were black, okay? And so a lot of Europeans believe that there must have been white people that had moved into the region to build the pyramids. And over time, that literally developed into the ancient astronauts theory. The idea that, well, since we don't have evidence that there were like European white people there, it must have been aliens. It couldn't have been black Africans. By the way, you almost never, ever hear anyone claim that like the Parthenon was built by aliens or the Colosseum was built by aliens. I wonder why. You always, though, hear it about Egyptians. You always hear it about the Mayans. You always hear it about all kinds of people all over the planet who are not white, who apparently didn't build their own structures, right? I wonder if there is a correlation there or like a cause for that, like people refuse to acknowledge it. Matt Saigai, Pythagoras learned from the Indians and the Chinese, for fuck's sake. We don't know that, Matt Saigai. We know that it's possible that the Egyptians learned from them and then he got it from the Egyptians. We do know, though, that he got a lot of that from the Egyptians, whether they got it from them or not. So Matt Saigai, from what I've read, Matt Saigai, we don't know where it came from, but we know that he probably got it from Egypt, and then Egypt may have gotten it from elsewhere as well. Let me take a look. Okay, let's take a look. Pythagoras, okay? I could be wrong, Matt Saigai. I'm not an ancient historian. Pythagoras. Boo. All right. I know I'm using I shouldn't be using Wikipedia, but I'm okay. Yes, exactly. He knew ancient Egyptian. Okay. Yeah, so some ancient writers claim that he learned them from Persia or even from Zoroaster. We don't have evidence of that, though. They go on to say he also reported, so Pythagoras also reported by Felicia to have studied under sages in India. That's my point. Is we have multiple different. What we do know is that he spoke Egyptian, but there are multiple different accounts of where he learned it. Some say Persia, but the most evidence we have is that he did know Egyptian, and the Egyptians, yeah. So we don't know. Okay. Okay, let's take a look here, Matt Sci Guy. Yep. The Pythagorean theorem was first known in ancient Babylon and Egypt. The relationship was shown on a 4,000-year-old Babylonian tablet known as Plimpton. However, the relationship was not widely publicized until Pythagoras stated it explicitly, okay? He also lived in Egypt, Babylon. See, but he lived in Egypt? Okay. All right. Did you know? I don't see anything here about India. What do you mean? I don't see anything here about India. But we know for a fact he spent a ton of time in Egypt. Okay. There's like one writer who claims he traveled to India, which would have been very unusual for the time. But it doesn't matter. People in India invented it too. Like, let's put it this way. Okay, that's why I said Babylonia, but it doesn't say anywhere here that it was India, Matt Sci Guy. He literally doesn't say it here at all. It says he lived in Egypt, Babylon, and southern Italy. Okay, but listen, India developed a lot of math on their own and stuff, and whether we don't really know how a lot of this spread around. Okay, we don't know how a lot of this spread around. And regardless, India developed a ton of math shit. Okay, it may be that it was invented separately in different places. It may be that he was inspired by it. It may be that the Egyptians were inspired by Indian mathematics. Okay, I know Matt Saiga, but I'm saying like that it's debated. Okay, we're not sure. And we have very little evidence he actually went to India. One writer talks about it, but then other writers say he went. Well, okay. And a lot of these sources are unreliable. We don't know. Okay. All right. So let's go on here.
An extraterrestrial source preserved it in secret for thousands of years. And Pythagoras is really the first one to take it outside of Egypt and basically begin to speak to the world about what it is, what the ancient Egyptians knew about this divine information.
Okay.
Did Pythagoras really get his knowledge of
geometry?
Yeah,
Jonas, the idea of zero did come from India, absolutely.
Found connection to the universe from an otherworldly source.
Pythagorean triangle may contain wisdom that we still haven't understood in terms of how physical terrestrial geometry connects to extraterrestrial domain.
Because it doesn't. There isn't a connection there. There isn't a connection there. Of India, Egypt. No, you're totally right, Matt Saiga. You're absolutely right. A lot of Indian, Chinese, Egyptian, Babylonian. Yes, but that's my point, Matt Saiga, is I'm giving credit to the Egyptians. I'm saying that it was the Egyptians who he learned from the Egyptians in this case. Okay. Just because you can't imagine a connection for yourself. What does that mean, invalid axiom? Okay. You say, Dolly Boy, I can't wait to see how that goes. Scottish Parliament elections now have some of the PR seats being announced. Ooh, yay. Okay. All right. So, you know what? We'll take a look at it.
That
Dolly
may
Boy here in a second.
coexist with our own.
Cambridge University.
Yeah, Matt Saigai. Well, India didn't invent like genocide, so clearly that's the only thing that matters in the West. Okay, I'm joking. Okay, that's disgusting. I'm sorry.
England.
Ugh, that was a dark joke.
Here, in the library of this 800-year-old institution, are the research papers of Sir Isaac Newton. One of the most influential scientists of the 17th century, Newton introduced what became the basis of all modern physics.
Okay.
The three laws of motion.
One of the things I think we often forget about people like Newton.
Okay, come on, guys, this is extremely racist. This whole thing is like very Eurocentric. Very Eurocentric.
He was also very much into alchemy, and he was very much a mystic himself. In mystical circles and in alchemy, 3 is considered a powerful number.
Oh my God, now we're talking about alchemy? Oh my God, I can't do it. I can't do it. Oh no, I can't do it. I can't do it. No.
So it was natural for people to try and write things in threes and break it down into threes and use that principle to communicate information.
Okay.
Alchemy was a hope of early magicians or chemists.
Which is it, a magician or a chemist? They're not the same thing. Okay, yeah, one may have slightly came out of the other one in terms of like chemistry, and I don't even know this for sure. I'd have to look into it. Like, it makes sense that maybe chemistry, you know, its early ancestors were like alchemists, maybe, but like that's not. It's like, you know, they were magicians or chemists. You know, no difference there. No difference there. Okay, no difference. All right.
The idea was that maybe if they could just figure out how to combine different materials together, they could wind up with something precious.
Yeah,
There's a long-standing interest in it. And a lot of the sort of early scientific developments and even ideas of chemistry came from this practice.
Resident Union Thug, we don't need to turn stuff to gold. We can go to North and South America and steal it from the indigenous people. So, you know, clearly, which is what we did, or at least what a lot of Europeans did, you know, we can go, you know, go take it from the Incas, you know, go on an endless quest in the quote unquote new world looking for gold that doesn't exist. And then when we find it, you know, so we don't actually need alchemy. We can just steal it from we don't need gold. We can just steal it from other people.
Included among Newton's writings on philosophy, astronomy, and mathematics is a cryptic translation
of no, stop.
An ancient document that is fascinated.
I have a very big sense of whimsy. I am very whimsical right now. How dare you? I am extremely whimsical right now. Okay, I am offended that you would suggest I'm not whimsical. I am very whimsical. Okay?
Alchemists for centuries. An emerald tablet.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Carved on green crystal, the tablet is believed to be one of several that contained not only information on the practice of alchemy, but the secrets of the universe.
Oh, did it. I'm sure. Okay.
But although it is referenced by Newton and written about in numerous other ancient texts, the existence of the so-called emerald tablets
so we don't have it.
is largely thought.
It's just like a thing that they said that there's a secret emerald tablet. Oh, okay. It'd be kind of cool to find in it'd be kind of cool to find an emerald tablet, but I doubt it's real.
To be a myth.
Yeah, it is a myth.
The emerald tablet or tablets contained perhaps the most fundamental ancient wisdom. The ancient wisdom of transmutation.
Really?
The secrets of longevity.
Wow, that must be a pretty big tablet. Dad, what is the size of this tablet? It contains about all of the like secrets of longevity and transmutation. What else does it claim? Does it tell you how to deal with erectile dysfunction too? Like, what is the? I don't. Okay.
The secrets of the cosmos.
Right.
And there are many different legends about this tablet or tablets. Some people say that they were found in the Great Pyramid thousands of years ago.
Some people say
the so-called emerald tablets had the secret.
Yeah, is there a great sourdough recipe on the emerald tablets?
Of alchemy. And alchemy itself wasn't just about the transmutation of base matter into a pure state, into gold.
Right, Gwen.
But it was about the knowledge of the secrets of the universe.
The knowledge of the secrets of the universe?
How we ourselves could transform ourselves and become at one with the universe as a whole.
Oh! The emerald? I don't know what that means. Okay, I'd rather not, guys. I gotta tell you, I'd rather not become one with the universe because, like, what if you end up, like, in a star or some shit? Like, you're just a burning ball of fire for all eternity and you're, like, burning forever. Like, you see, like, I don't know. There's certain things that, like, I don't know if I want to become one with it, you know? I like, at least not consciously one with it. Anyway, I want to play Paper Mario on the Emerald Tablet. Why? I mean, Body Swap, it probably tells you how to do that on the Emerald Tablet. It probably will give you access to you know, the ability to play Mario or whatever.
Tablets have a very interesting phrase.
That's
Three
true,
is the
Jonas.
great mystery, come from the great one. It says that 3 is the great mystery that unifies the universe. It says that power, wisdom, awareness all arises from this interplay of 3.
What?
What we're being confronted with in the Emerald Tablets is basically this notion that if we take 2 substances, we can make a 3rd substance out of this. 3 as such is always the power of transformation. It is the end result for the alchemist, basically saying, I took
I'm sorry,
things.
I'm not saying much because I am learning so much. You know, I didn't realize that just by the number 3, you could literally do anything you want. It's very fun to me. I like it. You said, Drusilla, why are we watching pseudoscience? Because it's fun, Drusilla. It's hilarious. Okay, it's hilarious. What do you think? It's Friday Fun Day, Drusilla. You know how these streams go. What do you mean, why are we watching pseudoscience? We always watch pseudo bullshit, and then we make fun of it. Okay?
And I created something new. And that is represented by the 3rd element.
How invalid axiom, I swear to God.
Information was written down, which basically detailed that if anybody were to possess this knowledge, he would become a master of life, a master over death.
Wow.
An almost supernatural being who could do anything at will.
That's true, Gwen.
Were early scientists like Isaac Newton seeking extraterrestrial knowledge?
Body's fun.
And was that knowledge based, in part, on a unique power inherent in the number 3?
What does that mean? What does that mean? I'm sorry, Drusilla. Well, I'm sorry, Drusilla. Suck it up, Drusilla. Okay, suck it up. We're going to have to get through this together, Drusilla, okay? You got this, Drusilla. I support you.
Answers can be found by taking a closer look at the man many believe to be the author of the Emerald Tablets, Hermes Trismegistus.
Starting in the 4th century BC, a character develops called
Who?
Hermes Trismegistus.
I agree, Invalid Axiom. We should do that. We should write our own, Mayflower Kid, make a note of this. We should write our own Ancient Aliens script. That'd be kind of fun. We should do a casual revolt Ancient Aliens episode. That'd be really good, wouldn't it?
And his name just means Hermes thrice great. So
Thank
Hermes
you, Doug. I'll take a
Trismegistus
drink.
is the Hellenistic Egyptian version of the Greek Hermes, and he's associated with the Egyptian god Thoth. And so for that reason,
I swear to God.
primarily, he becomes associated with his magical practices of theurgy, which is doing the works of the gods, influencing
Okay, I'm sorry,
the
I'm
world.
losing interest. What are we talking about? This is just stupid history at this point.
As the
It's not
Greeks
even crazy enough.
moved into Egypt and the Romans moved into Egypt, there was an endeavor to
All right.
correlate the Egyptian traditions with the Greek and Roman traditions.
Okay, yeah, mm-hmm, yeah.
So you had this connection between Thoth and Hermes.
Okay.
And the idea in both cases
Wait, what? How do we know that there's a connection between Thoth and Hermes?
is this
Because it
is
seems to me like they're quite different.
the deity that is the messenger or the link between our human realm and the higher
Thank
realm
you, Dolly
of the
Boy, for the contribution. Really, thank you, Dolly Boy.
gods.
According to some legends,
That's
he
true,
was
Paul
a
Squaw.
reincarnation of Thoth, the ancient scribe
Yeah,
of
Jonas.
Egypt, the scribe of the gods.
Yeah.
He was an individual who brought knowledge, who brought wisdom.
Why does he talk
was
so
considered
slowly?
Thrice great, 3 times great.
What is this obsession with 3? I think this guy really wants to, if he's married, I think he wants to bring someone else into the relationship, if you know what I mean. I think he's getting kind of bored with his wife probably because he's really like 3, 3, 3. We need 3. I must have 3. Okay, no more 2. No more 2. Right? We need 3. We need 3. Okay, can we please open up this relationship a bit? Like it kind of seems like he's trying to really convince someone who's watching of something. You know, 3 is a sacred number. 3 is the holiest thing you can do. There's nothing wrong with 3, and we can always stop doing 3 if it makes you uncomfortable, kind of a deal. Okay. Well, all right.
Hermes descended from the sky.
Is that true, Loiso? Interesting. I didn't know that, Loiso.
What was considered to be a flying ship.
Oh, good.
And we have the exact same story in ancient Egypt with Thoth, also having descended from the sky And his whole premise...
Yeah, exactly, right. And, you know, right. Level 269, suddenly, tepidly, halfway through the video, they're like, I mean, 4 is okay, too. We could do 4, maybe 5, but at least 3, please, right?
Was to teach the people in scientific disciplines.
Was Hermes Trismegistus really the reincarnation of the Egyptian god Thoth?
What? Okay, I'm sure there's plenty of evidence for that. I'm sure there's plenty of evidence for that. You know what I mean? Plenty of evidence for that. Right. I'm sure very well that that guy was, you know, the embodiment of Thoth or whatever the fuck that means. Okay, whatever. All right. You know what? It's fine.
And if so, did he serve as a messenger between man and the gods?
Oh, okay. Oh, did he, guys? Did he serve as a messenger? Yeah. And 5 is right out, right, Mithril? Oh, maybe he did. Maybe this... did he serve as a messenger between the gods and humans? You know what? Sure, why not? Okay, why not?
As the ancient Greeks believed. Or might he have been, as ancient astronaut theorists contend, an extraterrestrial being? One who brought mankind the knowledge of the universe in the form of emerald tablets.
I love the logic leaps here.
The emerald tablets are a fascinating body of knowledge. It gives rise to the idea that many different systems, whether we're dealing with physics systems or systems of consciousness, systems of philosophy, systems of religion, will always be underlined by this prevalence of the number 3.
So you have to ask yourself, is the emerald tablet some kind of extraterrestrial knowledge?
No, we don't have to ask ourselves that. Literally, he's the one making us ask that. We have to ask ourselves, is there a flying spaghetti monster on the other side of the moon? I don't know the answer, but people are wondering. People are wondering, is there a flying spaghetti monster on the other side of the moon? Right? Okay. I love Max Jester's stream here. Thank you, Politics. Unvalid axiom, and the Lord spake. I thought that said spank at first. I'd like that. And the Lord spake, saying, first shalt thou take out the holy pin, then thou shalt count to 3, no more, no less. 3 shall be the number thou shalt count, and the number of the counting shall be 3. 4 thou shalt not count, nor either count thou 2, excepting that thou then proceed to 3. 5 is right out. Once the number 3, being the 3rd number, be reached, then lobbest thou holy hand grenade of Antioch towards thy foe, who, being naughty in my sight, shall snuff it. I love it. Okay. Yeah, exactly. See, Philly Cheese. See, I think we gotta trust the experts on this one. Right, Philly Cheese. Okay. Right. I love this. So stashes away my spaghetti monster paraphernalia. I love that body swap. The flying spaghetti monster is my church. Hilarious. Okay, Jester Maxim, but not like clavicular. I didn't think you'd actually read that. I love Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Okay, behind the rabbit. Yes, it's behind the rabbit. All right. If you like insane, fashy, bad history stuff, you would like the YouTube channel What If Alt History. Sure, Paul. So I'll take a look at that.
Knowledge that's been handed down to us.
Has it? So how do we know that? Do we know
to immortality is written in the emerald tablet in a code of 3s.
The University of Cambridge, England, March 1953. Okay. American biologist James Watson and English physicist
they better mention Rosalind Franklin. They better mention Rosalind Franklin, or I'm going to lose my mind.
Crick discover the 3-dimensional double helix shape of DNA. This scientific breakthrough is a giant leap forward in unraveling the mystery of mankind's origins.
Yeah.
But okay. Genetic code.
Guys, I bet the number 3 is all throughout DNA, which must be a sign that DNA is like, I don't know, alien genetic code or some shit.
Proves to be so.
Yeah, and by the way, they didn't mention Rosalind Franklin at all, who was very important in all of this. Okay? Rosalind Franklin was a woman and didn't get a lot of the credit for the discovery of DNA, and even though she did a lot of the work for this.
Complex that Francis Crick proposes it did not develop by chance, and also that it is not of this earth.
Sir Francis Crick said that the human genome is not something that...
Okay. You know what? We're going to stop here, folks. I think we get it. Okay, I'm losing interest. And, you know, we get it. The number 3 is special, apparently. Someone just sent this. What is this? I thought that said spank at first. I'd like that. And the Lord spake, saying, first shalt thou take out the holy pin. Thou shalt then... Oh, I see. Thank you for the clip. That's a lovely clip. Thank you, RE918. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. RE918, I love it very much. Welcome, RE918. Have you been in here before, RE918? I don't think I've seen you. Thank you for the clip. Really, that'll help me out quite a bit. I would appreciate, folks. I do love it when people clip stuff for me because it makes it a lot easier for me. So thank you so much, RE918. All right. Okay. Just Re is fine. Okay. I'm JFK Rotting's modern friend. Oh, gotcha. Welcome, RE. Welcome. We love JFK Rotting, by the way. Love JFK Rotting. Okay. Welcome to the stream. So glad you're here. Okay, guys. So, going on here, that was cute, wasn't it? Don't we love ancient aliens? I'm sure we can believe all of that. That's all very accurate and factual information. Nothing wrong there. And how dare Lacroix? How dare Lacroix gets a bonk. Okay, Lacroix said clip it down to him just saying he'd like to be spanked. I did not say that. Okay, I do like to be spanked, but that is not what I said. You understand? So there's nothing clippable there. Now, let's go on, shall we? So let's see here. What else we got? I also have a we could watch that. We could watch a little bit of that. That looks fun to me. I need to put this back on. I don't know why I took it off. Whatever, it's fine. So TMI CR. No, I don't actually like being spanked. I'm joking, okay? I'm joking. All right, it's a joke. It was a joke. I was trying to highlight, you know what? I hate all of you, whatever, no matter what I say. Even if I didn't say that, you would all still be saying horrible things in the chat because you're all degenerate monsters, okay? Except for you, Ree, because you just got here and I don't know you enough. But the rest of them are degenerate monsters. Okay, I am the only, but I just don't want to hear it. I am just the, I'm the only one here who's angelic. All right. So, let's go on here. Paris Hilton. Okay. So let's go here. We do have something else to watch. I thought it'd be kind of fun to watch. Now, I don't know. Maybe we don't want to watch this. Let's see about watching this. People seem to not be, you know what? Here, I have a better idea. Let me check. I'm sure, Ree. I'm sure you're a perfect little angel and never did anything wrong. What do we want to do? You know what? I have an idea. So, guys, we've raised enough money to do an After Dark stream, which we're going to do. And we're also going to watch a movie because we've raised enough money for that. So we'll watch a movie and do an After Dark stream later. Thank you, everyone who's donated. We are a few dollars out, or like, I don't know. We're actually quite a few dollars out. I think we're like $32 out from all day or whatever. Bye-bye, Loisa. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Loisa. Have enjoyed your nap. I thought, because some people were giving pushback in the stream because you guys are no fun, even though it's a Friday. Okay, we're supposed to be, oh, bye-bye, Ree. Go have fun. Go have fun with your boss. Okay, have fun with your boss. So this is a Friday. So let's, I thought we could watch briefly a video about Bigfoot. Okay, a video about Bigfoot. Now, listen, guys. We're not gonna watch Roots, okay? Because I'm a raging racist. Okay, no, we're just not gonna watch Roots because it's not fun enough. It's not fun enough, okay? I need something more fun than Roots, okay? I love Roots, okay? Body Swap gets a boop. Boop. All right. So, gonna go, no, why, Sir Bart? Don't go watch JFK. Why do you all hate me suddenly? I'm being nice. You're all having a great day, okay? So, this is turning into a cryptid channel. Hey, it's Friday. We're having fun. So, I thought it'd be fun to watch this video claims that, no, we're not doing Tropic Thunder. This video, how dare you, Mad Sci Guy? We are watching a video called the Top 10 Creepiest Bigfoot Videos Ever. Okay? We'll not clip that out of context. Lucky we don't know each other. Ree, your boss is streaming, Ree. You might want to go over there, okay? God, Ree, I swear to God. You're fitting in perfectly, Ree. It's really quite disgusting. All right, okay, I've had fun all day already. I'm ready for more. Druzil, you're lying. You told me you weren't having a good time. Fine, Dolly Boy. Yes, Dolly Boy, you can get a few boops. Boop, boop, boop. Is that okay? Is that okay, Dolly Boy? Do you feel better now, Dolly Boy? I hope everything's going well for you. I know you're having a rough day, okay? I know you're having a rough day. Okay, all right, so there we go. Let's watch this. Now, guys, I know there are people in here who think that there might be a Bigfoot. Now, listen. I don't think there is, but, okay, I really don't think there is, but, come on, most like these Bigfoot videos you see are bullshit. Okay, they're bullshit. They're like some of the worst videos I've ever seen, and the fact that people believe them makes me want to lose my mind, okay? So whatever you think about Bigfoot, I don't care. We're going to be laughing at the Bigfoot videos, okay? Because they're not good. There's no good Bigfoot videos. They're all bullshit. They're all bullshit. All right, so let's watch. And I love how they're taken seriously, even though they're obviously bullshit. Okay, so let's watch. Oh, you're mean, Druzilla. Oh, level 269. Can you define big feet? So it's like a giant primate type creature, okay, that like people claim to exist in various places. It's sometimes called the Yeti or the Sasquatch. Okay, it's like a giant primate, apparently bipedal. All right. I don't know, but people think it exists. It doesn't, in my opinion. But I do get especially annoyed with the videos that people like, they claim that they have videos of it, but they're always the worst videos. They're always the worst videos imaginable, okay? They're literally the worst videos. They're always very fuzzy, and you can't see anything, and they're not serious. Okay, anyway, but let's watch. So let's see
At the start of the year, a video was released to the public featuring a camping enthusiast who had set up a campsite deep within the woods on his property.
Bye-bye, Ree. Have
the
a great
exact
day.
location of this encounter remains unknown, but he resides somewhere in the northern United States. He had installed a trail camera on a tree at the site to monitor the area while he was away. Occasionally, he would retrieve the camera to check the footage, which mostly captured nothing unusual, except for the occasional curious deer or other wildlife.
They're all the same
However,
goddamn thing, Trump failed. Bigfoot are all the goddamn same thing. It's just like in different places, okay? Like, you know, Yeti is like a primate-looking shit from the tundra, and then Bigfoot is like a primate-looking shit from like, I don't know, other places, and then Sasquatch, they're all the same goddamn thing. I don't care. I don't care about differentiating, okay? Whatever.
This time, the footage captured something that not only shocked him,
yeah, they say big shoes, Sir Bart,
but also stunned the entire world.
Whatever. I don't care. I don't care, LaCroix. Oh, wow. Look at that, guys. That must be real. Don't we love how... Okay, I'm sorry. All these videos, like, you can't see a damn thing. That's just like a tall form. You can't see its face. No, like, see nothing about it. And, you know, I really don't get it. Like, I don't understand. This is just like, all right, whatever. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Okay. It's not real. This thing isn't like, whatever this is, isn't a Bigfoot.
The video shows a massive, dark, Sasquatch-like creature
wow.
dropping a huge tree branch onto the man's tent.
You notice how they say Sasquatch-like? As if a Sasquatch is real, and therefore, oh, it's unclear what this is. Maybe it's a Sasquatch. It's very Sasquatch-like. Maybe it's a person in a furry suit. You ever think of that?
Upon zooming in, the creature appears to be covered in long, dark hair.
How do you know you can't see a damn thing?
With broad shoulders and a massive head, and significantly larger than humans. When compared to the tent, which is likely 4 to 5 feet tall, the typical height of a 1 to 2 person camping tent, the creature towers over it, suggesting it stands around 8 to 9 feet tall. It is speculated that the clip is so brief either because the trail camera...
I see a Sasquatch-like creature in the bottom right of the stream. Fuck you, invalid axiom. All right.
...ran out of storage or because it only records for a few seconds after detecting motion. Regardless, the footage is incredibly captivating.
Oh, I'm so captivated, folks. Oh, I'm so captivated.
As for why the creature seems so angry, it's possible that the campsite was unintentionally set up in the Bigfoot's territory. The man has since moved his campsite.
Well, is that good or bad? I don't know on much about the SMP. Who is the SMP, Dolly Boy?
To a new location in the woods, hoping to avoid any future encounters with the creature.
Okay, wow, that was real convincing. I'm so convinced. That was so captivating. Okay, come on. Number 1.
The following describes a Bigfoot sighting captured by a lone hiker. While hiking in the vast wilderness, enjoying nature and losing track of time, the hiker eventually reached an area surrounded by thick pine trees. The trees were so dense that it was difficult for him to see through to the other side.
Right.
Suddenly, he heard...
You know, also, I gotta tell you guys, you know there's all these videos of Bigfoots? They certainly seem to go around humans a lot, so why aren't there any corpses of them yet? Like, why the fuck... Okay, you know, I'm sorry. We're not debating the existence of Bigfoot. I'm just saying these videos are trash, all right? I don't mean to go down that the Bigfoot isn't real thing, okay?
Something massive moving on the other side of the dense trees. Thinking it was a large animal, he pulled out his phone and started recording. However, what he captured was far more...
I'm not actually... You guys know I'm not actually irritated. I'm joking. I'm dressed like a goddamn jester, you monsters, okay?
More dark and disturbing.
Holy shit. Wait, what? It looks like it's on I'm sorry. Doesn't it look like it's on stilts? Am I wrong about this? It looks like it has 2 stilts. What the fuck? It has stilts! You can see the stilts. Okay. I'm sorry. Can you... Right? I'm not going crazy. You see the stilts it's on, right? That it is on. As they said in the last video, the apparent Sasquatch. It looked like it had stilts on. Am I wrong? Did you guys see that?
Massive bipedal creature walked past. Some immediately identified it as Bigfoot.
Look at those!
But this creature looked different from the traditional depiction of Bigfoot. Its arms reached all the way down to its feet. It appeared significantly thinner.
It has stilts.
And it was more hunched over. This unsettling creature seemed to be at least...
She said it's bipedal, but it's obviously quadrupedal anyway. I don't know why its front legs are giant stilts.
At least 10 feet tall. What do you think this could be?
What do I think it could be? I think we all know what it is, right? It's a person in a Bigfoot suit with stilts, right? It's a chimpanzee. Now, Drusilla, Drusilla, we're not playing a horror game right now, okay? We are not going to do a horror thing, okay? I'm okay with Bigfoot. We're not going to talk about chimpanzees, okay? Now, that would be a scary video. I'd be much scarier about seeing a live video of a chimpanzee in the wild than I would about a Bigfoot. Okay. Oh my God, level 269. That's brilliant. You said, I think the Emerald Tablet might have some answers. Oh my God, that's brilliant, 269. Okay.
This intriguing Bigfoot trail camera footage comes from West Central, Alberta, Canada, and was highlighted on January 17th, 2024. The trail camera, set up to film and collect data on wolverines in the area,
was
cute. Never expected
Wolverines are nasty little bastards, I'll tell you what.
To capture something like this.
Everyone ready for it? Do you think Foot Sensei has a gym membership? Oh, we can only hope so, Body Swap. Okay.
The camera was initially triggered.
I'm sorry, what was that? What? Yeah, wolverines are a real thing, Alyssa. They are animals. They're kind of nasty animals. Sam Squanch roams through the pyramid looking for the... I'm sorry. Was that the video? Was that the video?
By a buck behind a tree, which briefly peeked its head around before retreating. Buck. However, something else was hiding on the other side of the tree. At first, the creature remained completely still, but once the buck walked away, it moved out of its hiding place. The creature appeared to be incredibly tall and massive, dark, and seemingly covered in fur.
Such very clear evidence. I cannot... Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, that retreat looked... Yeah, obviously the deer was fake too. I gotta tell you, that was a very fake deer. Did you guys see how, like, I've never seen a deer... Like, how did the deer know there was a camera there? It was just like... Yeah, I don't think that was I don't think it was an elk or whatever the fuck. That was clearly not a real elk either. It was someone practicing to see if they could. Okay, you know what? Funny. Total giveaway. How dare you? I'm just okay. I just can't. I can't with the Bigfoot videos. I can't.
To estimate the creature's height, consider that the average buck stands around 3 feet tall at the head, and this one seemed particularly large.
Oh, that's actually clever. Okay, because that's pretty clever actually. They're trying to make it look like the Bigfoot thing is much taller than it actually is.
Possibly 3.5 feet tall. However, for the sake of this video, let's assume it was 3 feet tall. The supposed Sasquatch's head appeared much higher than
Trump failed. I would totally do that. Trump failed says, CR, I'll pay you some ancient aliens money if you get in this monkey suit and I shoot a video of you from a far distance where you're really blurry. Trump failed. I'd gladly do that, but but I would gladly do it. But I would probably do it wearing a jester hat, which might ruin the experience. Okay, like you'd see me doing the whole Sasquatch walk, but you'd see the jester hat on. Okay, which I would think could be very funny. But we should do that, and then we should claim it's real, and we should go, look, this is clearly the jester Sasquatch. Even they have to have, even the Sasquatch have to have jesters to poke fun at their power structure. Okay, so yes, I will gladly be. I will be the first jester squatch ever caught in human history. Okay, it'll be proof of advanced civilization. All right.
Years, even though the ground where the Sasquatch was standing sloped down significantly. This means the deer was on elevated ground while the Sasquatch was on lower ground. Yet
what do you mean, Lacroix?
The creature still seemed to be around double the height of the deer, even while crouching. It didn't appear to be standing at its full height, so a fair estimate would place it between 7 to 8 feet tall. This footage is certainly compelling and has left many people puzzled.
Okay, I'm not puzzled. I'm not. Is anyone else puzzled by that? I feel like none of us are puzzled. Let's go to the next one. These are kind of fun.
Let's take a look at some very mysterious footage. A man named Hunter Peter claims to have the body of a Bigfoot stored in a freezer.
It has 5.
Now, there are likely some there are exactly, Sir Bart. There are some problems with this from the onset, right? There's definitely some big problems with this from the onset, right? Big problems. I suspect we would all know by now that this was real if it was real. Okay, okay, let's see. Let's go on. Thank you, politics, thank you. Let's go on.
Toes. You can see its very large hands. See its eyes. It clearly is a male. You can see right there.
I don't get it. What are we looking at? First of all, okay. How dare he assume that males must have penises? That's transphobic. Second of all, I don't even see anything there to begin with. Okay. So, okay. I don't know what we're looking at. But like, I literally don't see, what are we looking at here? Okay. I mean, okay. I don't get it. I literally don't get what we're looking at. Whatever.
This is the front of the Sasquatch. You know,
look at the face on that thing. It's kind of silly, isn't it?
Compared to a human's hand, like my hand's not even close.
The footage shows what he says is a Sasquatch corpse, frozen.
By the way, that is the straightest arm I've ever seen. Like, look at how straight up and down that arm is for being a corpse on a corpse.
And packed with ice. The body is enormous.
It has there's no shoulder on this thing. It's
matching
just like
the typical descriptions of Bigfoot, with dark brown matted fur, large hands, and an overall massive physique. The head appears decayed and bloodied, with closed eyes and jagged teeth, giving it a very realistic appearance. Could Hunter Peter actually have a real Bigfoot body?
No. No, he can't. Because if he did, this would be the evidence that convinces everyone that this is a Bigfoot. I will say, though, yeah, it definitely looks like ballistic gel on the face. It's clearly fake, like when you look at the face. This is probably the best one we've seen, though, in terms of a fake thing, right? Because at least, you know, it's up. We can see it up close. But this is why you don't look at these. That's why they never show the videos or anything up close, because it gives it away. You can see that it's fake, but at least we get to see this one up close, right? So credit where credit's due. Fetty says, laughing ass, realistic. The narrator is putting shadow of the doubt in your mind, right? Okay.
Or is this an elaborate hoax? Perhaps it's a hyper-realistic
What will it take for me to believe it?
But if that
scientific consensus, evidence, a body, something real that is then verified by scientists and verified by biologists and things like that. Okay. And trust me, if this body had been real, it will have been obvious. Okay. Because then all these scientists would be like, oh my God, we just discovered that Bigfoot was real. A massive primate that is bipedal and probably related to humans is real. So we haven't heard that, have we? This is not a real body, and nor does it look like a real body. Okay. So we need some kind of consensus here. All right.
That's the case. It's an exceptionally convincing one. Let me know what you think in the comments below.
Valid action. So wait, if we put you in a zoo and get scientists to confirm that you exist, you'll finally agree? What do you mean? It's time to confirm that you are a Sasquatch, then you'll finally agree.
This video released
no, so science relies on evidence. Okay. Science relies on evidence. So listen, guys. So, okay, guys, then what? Okay. For all those that are out there talking about science and things like that, so what evidence would you rely on to believe that a Sasquatch is real? What? No, yeah, I mean evidence, scientific evidence, okay? Scientists should take a look at it, and if they determine, people that know what they're looking at should take a look at it, right? People who know how to test these things. Thank you, LaCroix. You said if a scientist said it. No, yes, I know, but okay, my point here is that scientists use evidence, okay? They use evidence, they use studies. So yeah, if a scientist who did all that research and wrote something about it, figured it out, okay, then I would believe it. Okay, I know about Axiom, right? Why do you think there's so many wildfires? Sasquatch cremation gone wrong. Hilarious, Antifa. You think the Sasquatches are burning down forests and things like that with their cremation ceremonies? All right. Yeah, but I'd really like to start, guys, with an actual corpse to begin with. Can we at least have a corpse or a bone or nothing or anything, right? If these things are real, they're massive. These are huge animals. We haven't found a single goddamn bone. I don't understand. In highly populated places, when they're always being caught on camera, apparently. Like, all right. They must be around humans. All right. DNA, exactly. Yeah, blurry videos are good enough, right? Okay. Yeah, we know birds of paradise exist because they've been documented. Correct, Lurking Snow Leopard. But there's no documentation of... we have no good documentation of Bigfoot. Okay, none. And they're massive animals. We would have found something. Okay. All right. What about moose squatch and bear squatch and elephant squatch? Okay. All right.
On July 14th, 2024, comes with the caption, "Terror on a rural farm deep in the wilderness. The red-eyed aggressive Bigfoot." Here's the footage.
All right. I don't get it. What are we looking at? Oh my God! Oh, it's the Bigfoot! Oh! Wow. That's the Bigfoot, folks.
As you can see, a pair of red glowing eyes.
Definitely the Bigfoot, guys. Definitely the Bigfoot, all right?
Eyes are peering into the home from outside in the yard. Due to the darkness, it's impossible to identify the creature, but based on the red eyes, it seems to be something out of this world.
What does that mean?
No known animals have red glowing eyes like this, leading many to...
You know what? Let's say that's right. Correct. He's almost there. Yes, you're right. Let's say that's true, that no animals, I don't know if there's any animals that do have, like, eyes that look like that. How the fuck if I know? But let's say there weren't, then what do we think it is? The next logical step would not to say it must be a Bigfoot. The next logical step would be that someone probably did that. It's probably not an animal, right? That would be, like, it could be 2 red lights. It's probably not an animal. Like, I get it. I get it. Like, what? All right.
To speculate that it could be some sort of cryptid, a dangerous predator lurking in the depths of the wilderness.
Jonas, no, not really. Not really at all. There you go. Okay, so Jonas says, are there any conspiracy theories you believe in that don't involve intelligence agencies? I'd have to think about it. Probably not, Jonas. I mean, it depends on how you define a conspiracy theory. I don't believe any conspiracy theories have to do with something supernatural, that's for sure, or something that is like cryptological or whatever, okay? I just don't. It depends on what it is, though, right? People keep in the chat, keep using examples like, well, there's animals we keep discovering and shit. Okay, correct. Do you know where all these Bigfoot sightings happen? They happen in areas where there are lots of people, okay? Where there are forests, but they're not very large forests. There's not much untamed forest left in the United States, okay? A whale in an ocean, that's a massive ocean, okay? It's not as easy to find them, okay? But like, if you have Bigfoot going around the northern United States in a forested region that's really near populated areas, it makes no sense that there would be a Bigfoot hiding in there, okay? Right? When there's also people walking through that area all the time. There are hikers and stuff who go there. We haven't found a single body, anything, nothing. No good hard evidence. Whatever, okay? I'm just saying.
Even though the caption suggests it's a Bigfoot. The following trail cam video is claimed to show close-up and clear footage of a Bigfoot.
Oh, God.
And for some, it's among the most convincing evidence
It's level 269, I think.
According to
hilarious.
MBTV, the location was near Close River on the Oregon and California border. The trail camera was strapped to a tree branch about 10 feet off the ground.
I agree, Jonas. I believe so. Jonas, but see, it's not a conspiracy theory to say that there might be, aliens out there. I suspect by percentage chance, there probably are aliens out there somewhere in the universe. The conspiracy is that they've come to Earth. We have no evidence of that. There is no good evidence that aliens have come to Earth. Yes, I know, guys. I know there's videos of things we don't know what they are, flying around. Maybe that's aliens, but like we don't have any concrete evidence of that. None. So yeah, but yeah, I believe there's probably aliens out there. It seems only a matter of chance. Okay. Congress said so. Not really, Gwen. They didn't. They said that there were UAEs, and there were people that they interviewed who said that there might be aliens, but that doesn't tell us anything. That's not good evidence. I'm not going to believe what comes out of a government agency. Especially when we know in the past that aliens have been used as an excuse to hide classified government equipment and planes and things like that. Okay. All right. Yes, unidentified is unidentified.
Take a look at this chilling footage.
There you go, LaCroix.
The camera, originally set up to record a feeder below, captured a massive creature. It's dark and completely covered in long, shaggy hair. The face is terrifying, resembling a monkey's, but it's clearly not any type of monkey. Given that the...
What is going on with its mouth? Do you see that? Now that is scary because that looks like a that looks like a chimpanzee, which is more terrifying to me than any Bigfoot would be. But what is going on with its mouth? That looks like someone is covering up a mouth hole so that you can't see the person underneath it.
Camera was placed 10 feet up. This creature is estimated to be around 8 feet tall, as its head is only a couple of feet below the camera. The size of the arm and leg in the shot is enormous, with limbs that are too thick and well-defined to belong to someone in a costume. This remarkably realistic footage has...
Can we do yeah, we could do that. Let's go on a CR Area 51 field trip.
Not yet been debunked and is even puzzling experts. So what do you think? Could it be a Bigfoot?
Okay. I will say that one was better than some of them because it looked At least we saw it close up. It looked fake up close up. All right, whatever. Yeah, shocking, Terry. I wonder how it knew there was a camera up there. Okay. Okay, Mithril. I know you get upset about these things, Mithril, but what evidence do you have that there's a Bigfoot? Because I know you keep getting upset when I talk about these things. I said I'm okay with people believing what they want. I go off evidence. What is the evidence, Mithril, that you have that there's a Bigfoot? Okay? Because I have yet to see any. None. All right? None. And people can make all kinds of claims, but unless there's evidence, all right?
A photo was recently released that was taken by a driver's dash cam around 1:10 a.m. in Anaheim Hills, California, in a small suburban neighborhood. The photo captures a dark, hairy creature that appears both ape-like and human-like, unlike gorillas and apes, which typically hunch over when they move. This creature stands upright, leading many to believe it's not a monkey at all, but possibly a Sasquatch. The Sasquatch, commonly known as Bigfoot, is an infamous creature often reported across the U.S. However, Bigfoot has never been officially recognized by science. Despite this, the abundance of photographic and video evidence, along with numerous first-hand accounts, has led many to believe in its existence. Bigfoot is said to be very elusive, usually staying hidden from sight. So,
that's interesting. I wonder why. Why might Bigfoot be staying out of sight? Okay. By the way, it's actually not, because we keep seeing tons of videos about it. There are tons of videos out there about Bigfoot. Tons and tons of videos. And all of them are bullshit, because you can tell they're bullshit. So why might it be that there isn't a Bigfoot? Maybe it's not staying out of sight, because it often seems to be, there often seems to be an image of it. We've gone through this, repeated reports. Your denial of countless visual reports is denial of possibilities and frankly rather closed-minded. Okay, Mithril, okay. All right. Okay. Mithril, so I used to, by the way, I used to work at a group home for teens with severe behavioral problems. And there were 3 different residents in this building that claimed that they were the president of the United States. I'm not joking. There were 3 different residents who came in there who were diagnosed with pretty severe mental health issues, who claimed to be the president of the United States, and said that it was undeniably true, and that there was just a cover-up, and that all the evidence, that all the evidence they presented was real and things like that. They were not the president of the United States, and there was zero evidence that they were presidents of the United States, okay? My point is that you can have a bunch of videos, you can have people making claims, but you could do that for anything. You could do that for anything, all right? So, like, it doesn't, anyway, okay, you can do that for anything, okay? Like, I could say that there's a spaghetti monster on the other side of the moon, and I could show you videos, okay? Nope, Mithril, that's not what I'm saying. See, now you're taking me out of context, Mithril. I'm not saying they're mentally ill. I'm not saying that people who say that are mentally ill. I'm saying that random claims are not true just because people claim it, okay? You see what I mean? Just because someone claims that they saw a Bigfoot doesn't mean they saw a Bigfoot. Whether it be because they thought they saw something else, or because they're lying, or because they are mentally ill. And I'm not saying that they are mentally ill, okay? All right. But all right. So I'm just saying.
Why would one of these creatures appear in a small California neighborhood? It really makes you wonder, could this be a clever hoax? Or is it a genuine photo of Bigfoot?
Okay.
The following was just released on January 3rd, 2024. A man was hiking in the woods, enjoying nature, when he came across a beautiful clearing, an open field surrounded by trees on all sides.
Mithril, Mithril, forgive me, but do you see the contradiction there? You just said there's thousands of reports of Bigfoot. So where are the bodies? If there are thousands of reports of Bigfoot and they're constantly around human beings, why haven't we found a body near human beings? Do you see what I mean? It's like a fundamental contradiction, all right? Like, it's not like there were thousands of sightings of, like, that whale that we just discovered, okay? There weren't. And if there were, there weren't, by the way. We just kind of came across it one day.
He admired the breathtaking view, and he eventually took a photo. It wasn't until later that he noticed something unusual among the trees. When he zoomed in on the photo, he spotted a tall, dark creature right in front of the trees. The creature is covered in long black hair and appears to be peering at the man. Skeptics initially suggested it could be a monkey or gorilla.
Oh my god.
But the creature is too tall and too slender to be any known primate.
You notice how the so-called Bigfoot looks different in every one of these videos? It's a different looking Bigfoot in all of them.
Like this. And based on the surrounding trees and foliage, the creature is estimated to be around 10 feet tall. Skeptics also propose that it might be someone in a costume.
I'm telling you, every single one of these videos, it's always too far away. It's always very fuzzy. It's always behind a tree. It's never like just a Bigfoot, right? It's always something wrong with the video.
The creature looks incredibly realistic. Because of these details, many believe
it looks like it's wearing a fur dress.
Could indeed be a big.
Is this a drag queen? Have we found the first Bigfoot drag queen?
Foot caught on camera. Perhaps it was trying to blend in with the surrounding vegetation, but was ultimately unsuccessful. I'll leave this one up to you. Do you think this is the first legitimate Bigfoot sighting of 2024? Let me know your thoughts.
No, it wasn't. Jesus Christ.
This is some brand new footage released on August 5th, 2024 called the Jabez Cascade. Bigfoot. The footage looks extremely real and it's shocking so many people. But the most mysterious part about it is that no one can find any background information, despite lots of digging. I couldn't find any background information either. But here is the...
Do we think that big feet, by the way, is that how you pluralize it? Big feet or Bigfoots? Okay. Do they eat meat or like veggies? Are they like omnivores, or what do we think they eat? I'm curious. What do people think? I'm literally asking. I don't know. Like, what do people say? Do people say that big feet are omnivores or something? Bigfoots? You think they're pescatarians, that they eat fish? What's the veggies? Okay. Do we think that it's like Bigfootai? There you go. Do we think that they really, Gwen, I missed it. What do we think? Human flesh, probably. So do most people think that they do most people think that they are like omnivores? Or something like that? Okay, I'm just curious. I'm very curious because, you know, if they ate meat of any kind, we definitely would have found a corpse with bones that had marks on it that we didn't recognize or something. I'm just curious. Veggies for sure. They are nice. Oh, I'm sure. Okay. All right.
Captivating Jabez Cascade Bigfoot video.
There you go, Jonas. Shocking, right? They always eat with their backs turned. Fascinating.
The video shows a dark and wide, hunched over being in the distance. It seems to be trying to sneak around.
Okay, you know, this is getting boring. You know, we should move on to a different video. Can you see that, like, again, another video, it's far in the distance, can't see it very well, right? Can't see it very well. Yet more evidence that the Bigfoots love to be around people, but we never find a body or anything about them. Okay? Actually, it leads to bad things. Never mind, I don't see her. I have heard this many times, is only one Bigfoot, and it is the cause of all the missing people in national parks. That is hilarious, Brightlove. Of course, that's dumb. Okay, obviously that's not true, because they're sighted all over the place. So what? Is it moving around the whole goddamn country? And every video we have of this one Bigfoot would have it must be immortal, by the way. It must never die. If there's only one, it can't reproduce. But then every single video we have of this one Bigfoot is different. They all look different. Does it change its form? That's hilarious. Okay. And why would the government make an alliance with a bipedal primate that is wandering around the forest? What is the government getting out of that? And they're okay with it eating people? They're okay with it attacking people? Extra dimensional, dear God. Okay, hilarious. All right, wow, that's a real advanced one. That's a real advanced extra dimensional Bigfoot. Okay.
But notice the man's presence and tried to flee quickly and quietly. The way it walks is not the way a human walks either. Its strides are strange, this still shot. Here provides us with the best look. It really does look like a Bigfoot, and it's estimated around 70 feet tall or so. But until more background information is released, it may remain a mystery. A mystery that may be better off unsolved.
Okay.
This footage is from some time ago, but has only recently reappeared, leaving the internet baffled. The mysterious incident
We're gonna watch one more and then we're done, okay?
In Latvia, a country in northeastern Europe. A man was casually walking through a Latvian forest when he suddenly encountered what appeared to be a Bigfoot-like creature.
Oh, yeah, guys, another Bigfoot-like creature. Yeah. Oh my God, it's so Bigfoot-like. By the way, on a side note, so this one is right near a road, which is interesting and doesn't seem very smart of a Bigfoot. By the way, if I actually saw a real Bigfoot in the wild, I would not be walking towards that shit, okay? Unless I mean, I'm an American, so maybe I'm armed with an assault rifle or something, so I wouldn't be as worried. But like, in my opinion, guys, please don't go close to a Bigfoot if you see one, because if they're anything like a chimpanzee, they're not gonna be too happy, all right? They're probably gonna get, it makes me laugh how they always get close to the Bigfoot. Run, you nutter, right? If you're actually seeing a Bigfoot, you might not want to go near it, all right?
The creature was covered in thick fur and walked on two legs.
Obviously, it's just a bear. Clearly, there was a gay parade nearby, and anyway, never mind.
As soon as it noticed the man filming, it quickly retreated, bounding across a highway.
What the fuck?
Given that there were no cars
Did
on
you see that bounding across? That was kind of funny.
the road, it's believed that this was a remote, or perhaps even an abandoned highway, deep in an isolated area.
A remote or abandoned highway? We saw cars going down it. What?
The man who encountered the strange being was left clueless
You see the cars, right, guys? I'm not crazy. Do you see the cars going down the highway?
about what he had just witnessed. As viewers, we can tell that this creature is not human by the way it moves. It crouches down, looks at the person filming, and runs across the highway with an unusual gait, swinging its arms and shoulders in a way that is not typical of human. Cryptid enthusiasts quickly speculated that this might be a Bigfoot, although its smaller size led some to believe
it's a smaller Bigfoot. I got you. Wouldn't that be a small foot and not a Bigfoot if it's smaller?
Juvenile Sasquatch. Others think it might be an entirely different cryptid species native to Latvia.
Yeah, it's a medium foot. Okay, we get it. Do you guys want to watch the rest? You know what? I get it. We get it, right? You want to move on to something else? Okay. You want to move on to something else? I just mess up my makeup. Whatever. Don't size shame Sasquatch. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. Oh, it's totally income driven. So Gwen, guys, one of the most famous video. Okay, we might as well finish it, but we're almost done with it. One of my favorite videos is the original Bigfoot video. You know that famous video of the guy in the suit walking like this? Okay. Ooh, that made that guy so much money. He made a lot of money off that video. Okay. And it started a trend of people doing copycats because you get a lot of money and attention from making videos about Bigfoot. Okay. It is an easy way to make a lot of money and get a lot of attention online is to post a Bigfoot video. It's also a way of practicing your camera skills. I have actually heard of university professors who will make in film classes who will assign their students make a realistic Bigfoot video. Okay. It is sort of just something people do, and it's become sort of a cultural thing that people do to try and make it look as realistic as possible. Yeah, Gwen. It's like it's not okay. And then because of it, it's spread even more. You know, people think that there's real Bigfoots, etc. Okay. I know, but all right.
In June 2023,
I know. I don't know if these are done by students. I would bet the ones done at universities for the sake of ethics aren't released and aren't made out to be real.
a mother and daughter were taking a walk along a familiar path in the woods, a route they had traversed many times without any unusual or frightening experiences. However, this day turned out to be different, as they enjoyed the tranquility of nature. They were suddenly interrupted by a massive, unidentified...
No, I will say, Gwen, there are a bunch of people who do believe it. I want to point that out. There are some people who believe it. And I mean, if you mean the videos, I don't know if any of those people believe it. I don't think any of the ones who make the videos believe it, but definitely a lot of the people, you know, there is a big Bigfoot community. People believe it because there is so much video and stuff, but it's all, as a historian, guys, one of the biggest things historians do is that we have to understand evidence. What's good evidence, what's bad evidence. There's no good evidence at all for Bigfoot. It's all garbage. Okay. None of it is good evidence. That's why I know I'm annoying and I sound condescending, but it's like, you guys know, I get pet peevy about like sources and shit. And these are such bad sources. And there are people who exploit others by claiming to like, oh, they make a lot of money off of claiming that they have good evidence when it's not good evidence. Okay. So, all right. Yeah, hype is the evidence, okay?
Creature. The creature was spotted in the brush just off the path.
Oh, come on.
Kind of, Gwen, kind of.
Carly!
That's the thing, Gwen. Witchcraft isn't misleading, right? It's not like lying to people. It is, people believe it, and it's not like they're trying to, you see what I mean? Like, it's not, all right. I know, I sound like an asshole sometimes, I know. Oh my, okay, that's a really bad one. First of all, the video is hilariously moving around, and the thing doesn't even move, is it? Is it even moving? Is it just standing there? Okay, it looks just like Donkey Kong. No, it is moving. Oh my God, look at the mask on it. A giant hairy beast that, upon realizing it had been seen, quickly turned. Hilarious. Oh my God, it looks so funny.
And fled. The mother, visibly shaken in the footage, urgently called for her daughter to run inside. Despite her fear, she managed to capture a fairly clear video of the creature. Zooming in for a closer look, the creature appears to be covered in brownish fur, with its face and hands being the only areas not covered. Its face,
Philly cheese,
in particular, looks terrifying. The footage has sparked
not really.
Debate, with some arguing that it might be a person in a costume.
Yeah, because it is a person in the by the way, also, folks, there's the common adage that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, okay? The extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. If you're claiming that there's a bipedal, massive ape living in the forests of North America or any other place that is being constantly caught on camera, you better have good evidence of it. You better have good evidence of it. You think so, Lurking Snow Leopard? Maybe it isn't a costume. Maybe it is digital. All right? Okay, just saying.
Pointing out that the fur appears neatly trimmed. However, others note that the creature stands around 8 feet tall. With who the man in the footage is. What we do know is that the man was a hiker.
By the way, automatically, big problem with the source. Okay? Big problem with the source. If we don't even know who made it, we don't know who the man in the video is, that's already a problem. If you have a historical document that says that, you know, JFK was assassinated by the CIA, for example, and then you don't know who made the document, who the people who are referred to in the document, it's not a good source. Anyone could have made it. What if it was like a well-known con artist? Or you see what I mean?
Out for a hike, and it seems he was vlogging his experience. The video starts off normally, with him showing his surroundings to the viewers, but something massive is quietly lurking in the background. As he turns, we catch a glimpse of a dark, hairy creature lurking in the valley with him. The unsuspecting man seems completely unaware that he is being stalked and continues walking and filming as usual. He claims that it wasn't until he reviewed the footage later that he noticed the mysterious figure. Upon zooming in and examining the footage more closely, the creature appears to resemble a Sasquatch with its dark fur, wide stature, and broad shoulders.
You know what? That was a very nice, is this the politics part of the stream? No, not yet politics. Hopefully we'll get there. I don't even know if we're going to do much politics. You guys can tell I'm in a mood today. I am in a mood to talk about Sasquatch and fake history and shit. Do a debunking. This is a debunking day, okay?
Although it's
debunk, guys. I hope you know. I know I'm an asshole. You all know this. You know I can be an asshole. And like I actually get less. I kid you not. I get less people watching me when I'm an asshole. Okay, when I'm debunking shit. But it's like therapeutic for me. I don't know why, but maybe because of past trauma or something. I don't know. It makes me feel better to debunk bullshit, okay? And even if I'm an asshole about it. So this is mainly for my sake, okay? I want to point that out. This isn't about all of you. This is about me, okay? I enjoy debunking shit. I don't know why. But that is just my my commentary there, all right? So please hate me all you would like, okay? Venamos, a similar creature, has been spotted in San Francisco, but it's believed that it has a permanent residence in an LA mansion. Hilarious. Okay? All right.
Difficult to determine its exact height due to the distance. It's estimated to be significantly taller than the man filming. This encounter took place on February 21st,
well,
so...
how nice that he is pointing the camera directly behind him like he knew it was there.
Further investigation is still ongoing.
Okay, last one. Apparently this is the best one.
This video was uploaded to TikTok on October 26th, just a few days ago.
Jesus.
It features a man doing construction work in a forest, operating a backhoe as part of his job. Unbeknownst to him, a trail camera set up near the site captured something unusual lurking in the background.
Is this the evidence right here? Is that it?
The creature seen in the footage looks
enormous.
Is that it?
Is that literally it? There was nothing to hear, guys. There was no sound there. There was no sound at that part of the video, okay?
It to be at least 9 feet tall based on its position. It appears to be observing the man from a distance.
Yeah, it's a bear, Louise. It looks like a bear. It actually might be an actual animal, but
by what he's doing. If this was indeed a Bigfoot.
No, it's a human. Okay, you could see it crouched down.
Might have been fascinated by the construction.
But of course, guys, it doesn't matter because it is, of course, so far away that even if it was a Bigfoot, this isn't good enough evidence to suggest that Bigfoots exist, right? We need a clear image.
Construction activity, possibly because it had never encountered anything like it before. The man operating the backhoe never noticed or heard the creature, so if not for the trail camera, no one would have known it was there. Interestingly, someone in the comments mentioned that...
Okay, we get it. We're done with that. Yeah, thank you, guys. That was lovely. Oh, my spine. Okay, that brought me much joy. Okay, very good, fun times we're having. Very good, fun times. I hope everyone's enjoying this as much as I am, because I know I am. I'm having a lovely day, lovely time. Now, I hate you so much, LaCroix. I hate you so much. LaCroix said, well, I didn't believe in the Bigfoot before we watched the video, but this has me convinced. Thanks, CR, for helping me rediscover my faith in the Bigfoot. I swear to God, okay? All right, guys. Yay. You know what? I've got to go pee because, you know, you guys know. Thank you, Politics. And I'm very, Dodongo, thank you also. Thank you, everyone who's complimenting me, okay? Thank you for everyone who enjoys the bashing of this stuff, okay? Because it's therapeutic, and I hope it's therapeutic for all of you. We're having a fun day, right? This is a very fun day. Very fun day. Dolly Boy, hello, Dolly Boy. Dolly Boy, we just finished the Bigfoot stuff, okay? We just finished the Bigfoot stuff. Guys, you can believe whatever you want about Bigfoot. Sir Bart, I hate you so much. So, anyway, yes. So gets you back to reality. So let me quickly, I'm going to put my face up because, Sir Bart, all of you are upset with me. I know, whatever. Okay. Don't worry. We're going to have another stream later. So if you don't like this one, well, at least we'll watch a movie and do, another one later. Okay. We'll do a movie in the After Dark later. Okay. All right, guys. So I have to go urinate because, you know, I have the bladder the size of a walnut. Just another manic fun day. Okay. I'll be right back, and we'll continue some shit, guys. Please, if you like the content, become a member over on Bigfoot Derangement Syndrome. I do have Bigfoot Derangement Syndrome. Please join our Discord, and you can post something in the reactions for me to react to. You can post a reaction. You can post a video in reactions, okay? Post a video in reactions, please. You're starting to get angry that the purple pointy dot connects down but not up. I'm sorry, Politics. Okay. All right. So I'll be right back. Okay, I'll be right back. Love you all. Give me 1 second. Ooh. All right, folks, welcome to the stream. I'm back. Hello. Everyone gets a boop. Not everyone. Some of you might not get a boop. Philly cheese gets a boop. Boop. The Dongo gets a boop. Boop. Mayflower Kid gets a boop. Boop. The Politics gets a boop. Boop. LaCroix gets a boop. Boop. Alyssa gets a boop. Boop. Who else wants a boop? Who else gets a boop? Who else gets a boop? All right. Anyone else want a boop? Anyone else? Invalid Axiom gets a boop. Boop. Dolly Boy gets 3 boops. Boop, boop, boop. Sir, why do I keep forgetting you, Sir Bart? Because you're mean to me, Sir Bart. Sir Bart gets a boop. Boop. Did I say Sir Barp? Anyway, Sir Bart gets a boop. Who else wants a boop? Paleontology Dog, are you there? You get a boop. Boop. Body Swap gets a boop. Boop. Okay. Anyone else want a boop? Look, did I miss anyone? Philly Cheese gets a boop. Boop. Did I give Philly Cheese a boop? I don't know. Anyone else want a boop? Am I missing anyone? Is anyone going to be mad at me if I stop now? Has everyone gotten a boop who wants a boop? I feel like I'm missing people. Alyssa gets a boop. Boop. Louise gets a boop. Boop. I don't know. Anyone else? Okay, anyway. Whatever. Okay, you're all fine. You're all good. You're all good to go. Okay, so, all right, guys. Let's watch something else. So let's talk for a second, actually. Let's talk for a second. I'm going to actually put this down because I'm a lazy POS. Give me a second. Ooh. All right. La da 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 da. Okay. So, all right. So I wanted to chat with all of you for a second, okay? If we're going to watch a movie later, we need to figure out what movie to watch, all right? Do we, I say self-applied facial makeup gets 10 boops. Oh, thank you, Politics. Thank you. Do we all, are we okay? We're not going to watch Titanic. Invalid Axiom. Bad Invalid Axiom. Okay. I thought we could watch Jojo Rabbit. Now, we don't have to. There are other things we can watch. But if you're over on the Discord, you know what? I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out after I get off here to go eat and shit. Okay. Anyway. Okay. So let's see what else. Let's see what else we can do. I think we should watch Jojo Rabbit. Okay. We'll do Jojo Rabbit. How about that? It's been decided we'll do Jojo Rabbit. Louise, I could do that. I think I will do that. I'll take a moment in a second here to do that. I would really like to watch Jojo Rabbit with all of you, but okay. All right. So let's go on. Okay. We should watch a what? Oh, you would watch. What does that mean, LaCroix? I love Jojo Rabbit is an amazing movie. What do you mean, LaCroix? I hope you're joking. Okay, I hope you're joking. Jonas. I would go work as a secretary for Marco Rubio before I would ever watch a Marvel movie with all of you. Okay. Okay, yeah, you all need to watch Jojo Rabbit. Unfortunately, guys, the reason it is so let me explain something about Jojo Rabbit. I know we'll watch it later, but I think it is a brilliant movie. It is one of the most brilliant movies I've ever seen, especially in regards to talking about Nazism and the Nazis. But because of how it approaches it, some people don't like it. And I think that has a lot to do with, honestly, I think a lot of it has to do, I don't know, with maybe Israel, okay? Because you could also take it, well, this is complicated. It's very humiliating for Nazis. Let's put it that way. Okay. All right. And I think a lot of people who saw it thought it was, well, I'll talk about it later. Whatever. Who is spamming pick? Okay. Yes, we're gonna watch it later tonight. I'm gonna eat dinner and then I'll probably get on here about like 6:30 and then we can start watching it. And then after it's done, we can do a little Jester After Dark thing. All right. So, all right. Yeah, Coming to America is a good one. All right. So going on here, guys, let's watch like a couple more videos and then I will go so I can eat and stuff before later. All right. And we'll have to figure out how to watch it in a way where I don't get like copyrighted, but I don't think I will. Because you can actually do this thing where you share. Uh-oh, Discord isn't working. Huh. You share stuff with the no. So you could do a group watch thing where we all watch it on Amazon, but you'd all have to have Amazon Prime. I could also just stream it. And if I talk over a lot of it, it won't cause a problem. So I will put it on loud and then I'll make commentary and we can kind of watch it together. All right. Yeah, it's okay. I'm just going to stream it on. I'm going to just stream it on Twitch. Okay. Okay. Hey, F1 Addict, I'm so glad you're back. You know, nice to catch your stream again finally. Have some downtime with my final exams in a couple weeks. Oh, that's great, F1 Addict. So, guys, anyone else having issues with Discord right now? Because it looks like it's not working. The Discord doesn't appear to be working. I'm not going to speak over it. Don't worry. But I'll pause it a few times maybe. I'll make sure you all can hear it. So I'm going to reopen Discord. Is it everyone else is having issues with Discord too? Maybe just Discord is down overall. That's weird. Discord has been crashing today. Uh-oh. Is it Discord wide or is it just... Oh, okay. Yep. Okay, it's Discord wide. Well, that sucks. All right, that's fine. That's okay. They're working on it. Great. Okay, this is like everything's bad. Okay, I keep getting invited to a dysfunctional Discord here. I'm sorry, politics. So technically, it's all of Discord. It's not just my community, but yes. All right, or our community, I should say. Okay, let's go on. Let's go on here. Let's find something else to watch. I will try to find something that is good, but not good, but also good.
Timmy.
Now, we could do this. I don't know if people are in the mood for this. You want to listen to a guy like a manosphere type guy ramble about women and then make fun of him for it? Or does that, no, that might not be fun enough today. I don't think that's fun. I'll find something fun. Let me find something fun, okay? Animals. Yeah, animals. All right, don't worry, we're not going to do that, Mayflower Kid. I'll find something about animals or something cute like that. Oh, you know what? In celebration, are you still here, Drizilla? In celebration of David Attenborough, right? In celebration of David Attenborough, let's watch some animal footage, shall we? So I do love Planet Earth. It's one of my favorite nature documentaries. I don't blame you, Paulie. Let's play Kidnap a Guesser. What's that, Mayflower Kid? What's that? Kidnap a Guesser? So let's watch it. This is... I'm going to quickly... I'm sorry, I'm just checking the news real fast to make sure nothing else has happened crazy. Okay, I mean, so crazy shit's happening all the time, so... Yeah, we could do that. I know that's a good point, Jonas. We could watch Tucker Carlson's video, but I don't want to depress people. Okay, let's watch some David Attenborough shit. I want to see a reaction to a Coop video. A what? Okay, yeah, I can't navigate it all over there. I want to see a reaction to what's a Coop video? What's Coop? What's a Coop video? Oh, that'd be kind of fun, Burnjabi. If you could send me one, but I guess you can't right now since you don't have access to Discord at the moment. But okay, let's watch David Attenborough. David Attenborough passed away. One of the greatest narrators. One of the greatest narrators ever. Okay, especially of like nature documentaries and shit. And like when we think of like a nature documentary, we typically think of David Attenborough's voice. Like the cheetah goes up to the side of the whatever, okay? You see what I mean? That's all David Attenborough. And he perished. Why did I say perished? He died recently. He's at 100 years old. Let's watch Jesse Lee Peterson ask a lady what a girl boner is. Is that a real thing? Because that would be really interesting. Okay, you know what? If that's true, I have to see that. Jesse Lee Peterson. Girl boner. Am I gonna get like, okay. If you like, what does it say? Peter and Frisco. Are women the root of all evil? That's fun. Jesus. What? I can't find this clip. I can't find this clip. It was just his birth. Okay, Jesse Lee Peterson, girl boner. What? I'm very confused. Okay, Jesse Lee Peterson, girl boner. Okay, please find it for me, Lacroix. I really need this to see this today. I'm sorry. I know I'm distracted now. I'll look up Coop at the same time. Guys, I'm just trying to find something to watch that'd be entertaining. I don't want to actually... I just remembered that the BBC actually got me last time with a copyright, or at least they tried to. So I'm worried about watching the David Attenborough thing. Oh, look, it's inside a... Oh, my God, look, it's a tawny owl's nest. Look at that. It's a... what do you mean? It's a tawny owl. This is a live feed into a tawny owl's nest. That's so cute. Aw. It looks like it's asleep, though. I don't think it's moving around much, but it's cute, isn't it? It has lots of down feathers. It must be young. Oh, oh my God, there's a baby! There's a baby tawny owl! Aw, look at that. Okay, that's kind of cute. Yay. That's so adorable. Is he not dead? I thought he was dead. It was just his birthday. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought he died. Whoopsie. Okay, whatever. It's fine. All right. You know, close enough. That sounds awful. I'm a horrible person. I know. I do love David Attenborough, though. Say certain people in the chat say you sound like an owl. What the hell does that mean, Jonas? Okay. No big fuzz covering small fuzz. Look at the cute little... Okay, well, we're done with this. It's not fun anymore because I got sick of it. Okay. What about... It's not okay to say he's dead. Today is not the day to say that. I'm sorry, Dolly Boy. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Okay. I know I'm a horrible streamer right now. But okay, whatever. You're supposed to say who? Who's dead? What? What? Certain people in the chat will say you sound like... Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I know I ruined everything, Jonas. Who? Who said I sound like an owl? Who said I sound like an owl? Oh, because of who? Oh my God, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't. I'm a fool. All right. I don't know what to watch. Guys, I'm so brain dead right now. I mean, when am I not, really? Okay. Jonas, I hate you so much. Did you find it yet, Lacroix? I'm being humiliated sitting here waiting and not doing anything. Oh, look at this. This is cute. Let's watch this. This looks cute. This is a little squid or an octopus. I don't know.
Octopus? He has weird eyes.
What are we seeing here?
Or is it a color?
Get close. Get close.
Like the angle.
Mayflower Kid, you're the worst streamer ever, okay?
Are seeing it. No, don't change the angle, please.
Where? Oh, look at it. Look, it's a little... You see? Okay, you can barely see it.
Maybe he's got weird eyes.
It's a cuttlefish. It might be a cuttlefish. It had weird...
It's an octopus.
Is it?
Yeah.
By the way, the deep sea is scary, and I don't want to go there ever. But it does have a
body.
It looks like a cephalopod.
It is totally
not. Cuttlefish and octopus are related, so...
Maybe he's got eyebrows.
Now, that's a place where there are new species, like, every single day. Like, whenever you go down to the bottom of the sea, you always find new species, okay? Go to the bottom of the Mariana Trench or whatever.
And, oh, man, look at him.
He's totally
oh, my God, look at it. It's so cute.
Guy.
Look at all of his tentacles are centered.
It's like
Dave
looks fake. Like Davy Jones.
He looks like googly eyes. They look like they painted
Is it alive? It looks like it's dead. Like, someone needs to poke it with a stick or something. Can we make sure? Don't go into a vessel that's true, Snookersteller. Can we like, someone just like poke it with a stick out of the ship or something to make sure it's alive? Like, wake up, move.
Yeah.
It looks so fake.
So
yeah, it does look fake.
Some other aerobie team just came before and just left it here.
It's like some little kid dropped their
Dolly boy, I'm not. I'm sorry.
toy.
Trash.
Oh man.
He's awesome though.
He is awesome.
That's a good focus
right there.
Great focus,
Justin.
Justin.
It's freaking me out. I want to see him move.
It's a.
Do something.
Yeah, I get it. I feel her. Just bump it with the submarine. Come on, bump it. Is this all we're gonna see? Is it sitting
He's
there
all
like
veiny.
it looks dumb?
You can see how like
Okay, it looks like
reactive
a
he is.
student looks when they haven't gotten enough sleep in your classroom and they're just kind of staring off. Like it doesn't know. Okay.
I think this is a good spot to end our watch. Just stay here until.
Just stay here. Well, I don't know.
Beaman knows I know I'm an asshole.
The ship is still moving. So.
He's cool, Mr. Cuttlefish. I want to see him swim.
Yeah, me too.
This is such a boring video. Come
So,
on.
so we're sure it's a cuttlefish?
That's why you need like a horn on her.
This is natural selection, folks. This thing isn't going to survive long. Okay, let's go on to another video. That was boring. All right. The ocean floor looks really dirty. Yeah, there's a ton of shit on the bottom of the ocean, like from humans. Okay, let's do this. Let's find a different. Have you guys ever seen a what are they called? Those big scary things that live deep down. Eel. What is it called? Gulper eel. Gulper eels are scary as hell. Okay, gulper eels. Now, gulper eels are like a terror that no one should ever have to witness in person. Okay, and I would rather not ever see one in. So, are also called the pelican eel.
The gulper eel inhabits the cold.
Okay, what a boring
It is
video
found in.
There was a
the
cool
large
video of
mouth
one
may
that
swallowed
David
whole,
Attenborough did.
tracked prey.
Let me see if I can find it. They're kind of creepy looking animals. These big goddamn mouths and shit. Is this the video where we get to see one moving around and stuff? No, that's not the one I want. Ew. Okay, you know what? This is a complete failure. This is not what I wanted. Do we have a video? What do you have? What'd you send me, Alyssa? What did you oh my god, that's hilarious, Fetty. We could do anglerfish. We could also do an anglerfish. But I want to find the good video. There's an anglerfish. Let's just do an anglerfish.
It's been seen.
And that's David Attenborough.
It's covered with hundreds of sensitive antennae, each capable of detecting the movements of any prey careless enough to stray too close to this motionless.
Look at that thing. Ooh, see that doesn't look, that looks scary.
Surely must be the strangest of all the deep-sea fish yet discovered.
Dolly boy, okay, Dolly boy, you are purposely rubbing it in. I hate you, Dolly boy, okay? You're trying to make me sad, Dolly boy, okay? You get a bonk. Bonk, yes, I'm just that cruel, Dolly boy. I will bonk you, all right?
A highly sensitive meter-long tail hangs down from the head that makes up a quarter of its body. Its eyes are tiny, but its mouth is truly enormous.
Oh, there's the gulper eel. You see it? Look at that. Ugh.
It's called the gulper eel.
It's hard to see because it's very dark down there, guys.
A meal of almost
TJ, you disgust me. No, TJ, you're not going to turn it into sushi or something, okay?
Hanging motionless in mid-water, its enormous
Dolly boy, I'm joking. I'm sorry. Oh my god, I feel so bad.
Gape enables it to deal with passing prey.
Happy. I'm sorry.
Whether it's small or large. Gulper eels can swallow prey as big as themselves, which is very useful in a world where
like
you never
Steve
know
Bannon.
when the next meal is coming.
Pentagon released UFO. I don't care, Mayflower Kid. I know, guys. I know a lot of people think it's super interesting, the UFO shit, but whatever they're calling it now, the UAE shit. Yeah, I know, right? The kangaroo fish can swim up into your urethra and start eating your testicles, right? It's very unpleasant. Yeah, very unpleasant animal. Don't urinate in the water. Okay. So here we have, is this, oh no, is this the Jesse
What's
Peterson
a girl
thing?
boner?
A girl boner.
Well, that was a start. What did he just say? What's a girl boner? Oh my God. I'm sorry, I have to hear that again. Thank you,
What's a girl boner?
A girl boner is when a woman or a girl who's, a teenager or something is just feeling excited about something. For adults, it means feeling turned on. And when I grew up, I learned that boys would get turned on and excited about things. And I learned some positive things about having like a boy's body. But I didn't really learn happy, positive things about being a girl. I learned some things that seemed scary, like I was gonna bleed and have cramps, and I didn't hear anything happy or positive. And so when I learned what the term boner meant, just boys on the recess chatting, I was like, oh, I learned what that was. And I thought there has to be something like that for me. And I never learned about it until I was, an adult. And so learning about my body.
Honest question, do you think he really doesn't know what a girl boner is? Like, honestly, I do. I've said this before, and I know I sound like an asshole. I feel like he might be a bit mentally deficient. And I don't mean that. Okay, how do I frame this? I feel that he might have some sort of damage to his nervous system. I don't know how to phrase that. And I always felt that he was kind of being exploited. I am not forgiving him for it, but like he just comes across as someone who is not completely there in the head. All right. Regardless, he's evil. I don't like him. But like he also, I don't know. I have trouble believing sometimes he's as dumb as he makes himself sound to be. At the same time, I think he has some sort of deficiency. Yeah, there you go. It kind of seems like he was hit in the head one too many times. It might be that he is a troll, okay? But like just some of the things he says and does, I'm like, are you really that dumb? Like, all right. And I gotta, yeah.
And learning about pleasure and how to feel good about yourself is really what helped me thrive as a person. So I try to carry that on. It's supposed to be like a fun, upbeat term.
Oh.
I'm excited about something.
But you didn't really get a boner, right?
Well, actually.
Oh my God, is this what we're talking about right now? Why does he?
Actually.
Why does he need to ask? Like he needs to do his own research. Why don't you go look it up? You don't have to ask her.
You have a clitoris. You do get the equivalent of like a penis
like a clitoris is like a little penis. If you look at the I feel like oh fuck it, I'm a teacher. I can get away with this. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna do it. Okay, let's do a little lesson. You got a very brief lesson here. Okay, just a little brief lesson. I'm gonna open it up on another page so that we don't get I don't get in trouble. Okay. All right. So now, yeah, there we go. That's the perfect image for me to show all of you. All right. The perfect image. If you were to look at the biology or like the structure of a penis next to a clitoris, right? You would see that they are the same. Okay. They're like, they're the same sort of tissue. They sort of develop in a similar way. And yeah, they're kind of like the same thing. One is just a lot smaller than the other one. There you go. And yeah, so you see here, I can do this. It's education, right? And who's going to get mad at me anyway, right? I have a small community. No one's going to come and give me. So here you have, folks, what is called a penis on the right, okay, and a clitoris on the left, and the internal structures of both of them. They're the same goddamn thing. You see that? Like they're pretty close to being the same thing. So yeah, of course, by naturally, a clitoris also gets hard. It becomes erect or whatever the phrase is, and that is your lesson for the day. Okay, there's some sex ed for all of you, since you're always also curious about sex ed questions. So if he was smart, he would know this and wouldn't need to ask these dumb questions, but he's not smart. Okay, so anyway, moving on, continuing.
Erection.
Really?
Yeah, when you're sexually turned on. Most of it's on the inside though. Like most of the clitoris is internal. So it does get large as well. We just don't see it. We don't, we can hide ours easier.
You feel it, but you don't see it.
Right.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it is amazing. It totally is.
I noticed that women nowadays are into stuff like that. They want to feel what men.
What? I've noticed that today women are into stuff like that. They they what is he talking about? Do you see her face? This is perfect. Guys, I guess women I guess they've only wanted just recently to be aroused, okay? What? This is crazy. I didn't know okay. I'm sorry. Whatever. Okay.
Feel they want to, and so men tend to. Men have been, well, not all men, but some men have been taught to make women feel that way. But I notice women who are getting that way, whatever.
This is so, I can't, oh my God, this is gold. Thank you so much, LaQual. I should have reacted to this sooner.
They're becoming men because it's abnormal for a woman to climax and all that kind of stuff.
Oh my God, I love her expressions. Right. And she's leaning her head. She feels so bad. She's like, oh, this moron, this guy, he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, okay? It's become normal for a woman to feel... Oh my God, this is gold. All right.
All right. And that women who are becoming that way are like men. Have you noticed that?
I've heard that take on it.
Yeah.
That women are being more like men.
Because it's not natural for a woman to be that way. It's natural for a man to be that way.
Guys, this is what I mean. I feel like he honestly seems like he might have some brain damage, like in how he talks and stuff. Like, I don't know. He almost seems like he's being exploited to me a lot of the time because he just doesn't seem, I don't know, maybe, but he could just be lying. All right.
That way. But a woman have to make herself be that way, which makes her become like a man.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Yes,
What do you think?
Yeah, that's an interesting perspective. I've heard. Definitely some folks believe that. I think that naturally, we are built for pleasure and these things, but we learn a lot of things that teach us the opposite. So I think it's more, people telling us we need to be skinny and we need to have big boobs and present our sexuality in a certain way. And I think there's all these kind of...
She's barking up the wrong tree. There's no way he's going to understand what she's talking about or care.
Of rules that get put on us and we get sexualized in ways that don't feel good to us. And so
he's saying women are objects. They ought to just be used by men. That's what that implies. It's not, sex isn't a consensual act between two adults seeking to whatever. It's an act that men do to women, and it doesn't matter for the woman. It's what a man wants to do, right?
More of is women wanting to have these conversations and being able to learn about their bodies so that they do have good experiences. I don't think that women are trying to be like men. I think they're trying to be more authentic.
They're trying to be more human. Okay, they're being human. They're being human. That's what you do. Okay, they're trying to be more human. They're trying to be more human.
In themselves. And it's not about sometimes people think that sexual empowerment or sex positivity is about having as much sex as you can. And that's a myth. Right. I think it's really about embracing your sexuality, however that looks. It might mean that you don't have any sex. It might mean that you have more than one partner. It might mean that you save sex for marriage. Your value system is a huge part.
Is yours. No one should impose it on you.
If women never tried to make themselves be that way, they never tried to be like men in that way. It just...
Yeah, well, they didn't really have a choice, by the way. First of all, I disagree with that. I completely disagree with that. Okay, I don't understand, this is so stupid. Well, women didn't used to be like that. Well, first of all, women didn't really have much of a choice for the longest time. Second of all, I don't believe that. I think a lot of times women were that way, but it was done in private between consenting adults. But yeah, a lot of times it wasn't done that way because of gender norms, because of the oppression of women and stuff. This is so stupid. He's such, that poor soul.
Naturally being a woman, just be a woman, naturally grow up, being a woman, and let things happen naturally. Would they be into that like that?
I think they would be.
You think they would be unhappy?
Well, yeah, you know, I think we've seen in culture over time and throughout history when women are told that they are not supposed to enjoy sex. Like, for example, I interviewed a woman who grew up in a religious cult, and she was taught that sex is not supposed to be pleasurable for a woman.
Yeah.
Right.
And it was really, really hurtful to her. So she couldn't enjoy sex when she did have a husband and she wanted to have a loving, intimate relationship and they wanted to have kids, and her body would just tense up and she couldn't even allow for intercourse to happen. So I think it is
Paul Squall, it's almost like patriarchy is bad. So you say invalid axiom, Jesse Lee Peterson is still smarter than Jordan Peterson, in my opinion, CR. Well, maybe invalid axiom.
a very natural thing to let ourselves you know, experience pleasure and evolve. It's just really hard when we hear these wonky messages. Like I said, like, oh, you're either a slut or you're
Yeah, I got what you mean. Wasn't intact. Yeah.
rude, right?
Which, of course, is stupid, as you know, because that part of your body is oftentimes broken. Okay. It doesn't matter. Like, not broken, but not there anymore or whatever. Okay. For tons of other reasons, like riding on horseback. Okay. I don't know, running into a rock too hard. Like, anyway. All right.
I don't think that's true. I think we're all just people. And
I love that.
yeah.
That's true. And he's like, wait a minute. But women didn't used to be people. Why are they people now? I bet he's going to say that.
Women in the good old days, before the whole movement of women and stuff like that, normal women were not into sex like that.
I'm sure.
They just had sex. It was like a bang, 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 thank you, ma'am, kind of thing. And everybody was happy.
That's not what I said in Valid Axiom.
It lasted a minute or two.
Yeah.
And
Like, hey, she's really nice. She's being really nice, but I feel like she should push back a little bit more. I do. And I'm not blaming her, but she should push back a little more.
the women were satisfied, the men were satisfied.
Oh.
What changed?
That's a really good question. Well, I think
Okay, nothing changed. This is a dumb question. It's not a good question he's asking. It's a very stupid question.
if you enjoy the wham bam thank you ma'am, that's great.
Right.
If you want to enjoy that and it works for you and your partner, that's great.
Yeah, not a good question.
I personally don't think that, I think a lot of people were unhappy. They just didn't talk about it. I think a lot of women, they were growing up with these rules around them and they felt very restricted.
Constrained,
and so there was
because
this
it was a
word
patriarchal
frigid, right?
society. It was like insane. You know what? I'm done with this, guys. I got to tell you. We've seen enough of this. I like the opening thing, but we get the idea, right? We get the idea. All right. Yeah, there you go, Jonas. There you go. Okay. Yeah. That's great. Yeah, he does have ties to Dennis Prager. All right. Well, that was fun. I enjoyed that, guys. Thank you for that, LaCroix. That was cute. You know, obviously, Jesse Lee Peterson, very brilliant man, never says anything wrong. Really can learn a lot from him. Okay. So that was a thing. Yeah, that was a thing, right, Dolly Boy? God, this stream has been terrible. I am sorry, folks. I know I haven't delivered today. I'm sorry. I know all of you hate it. You hated the Sasquatch stuff. You hated the Jesse Lee Peterson shit talking about sex. You hate because of all of you hate women. All of you believe in Sasquatch, apparently. And all of you, I know all of you hated the alien shit, too. You hated the alien shit. All of you hated everything. I completely failed today. Okay, I completely failed today. I'm so sorry. Everyone, please, I beg your forgiveness. All right? I really don't care, but I do beg your forgiveness. All right. Yeah, CR, this has been the best train wreck so far this week. Hey, that way was not a train wreck. Okay, I was joking. All right, now political time politics. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe CR, but we love you. That's why we're here. Oh, thank you, Liquid Alcor, right? Bright Love. I hated outside things, not this stream. You hated me, Dolly Boy. All right. Let's see here. Thank you, Jonas. I'm glad you had fun. Okay, this was not a train wreck, okay? I'm just saying. All right.
Use urine for toothpaste.
What's this? What? I'm sorry. What the fuck did you just send me, Lurking Snow Leopard? That was a weird beginning to this. What did you just say? What is this? Okay. That was a weird. Thank you, Eleni. Yeah, you heard what you thought you heard, Invalid Axiom. I'll put this back up. What? Can we, let's start from the beginning. Let's start from the very beginning. A very nice, was it? Very fine place to start. When you sing, you begin with, I'm sorry, when you, what is it? When you read, you begin with A, B, C. When you sing, you begin with do, re, mi. Okay. So this is begin by saying, I use urine for toothpaste. Everyone ready? Okay.
I use urine for toothpaste. I think it's brightening my teeth from the inside out.
What the fuck?
Oh, that's good. That's good. That's exactly my reaction. I love that. By the way, it did actually used to be the case that people used urine for like mouthwash and toothpaste. Literally, way back when they did, because it is sterile and it does have some antibiotic properties. But they also, by the way, the wealthy would use sugar as toothpaste. That didn't work so well, by the way. That didn't work so well, okay? Using sugar as toothpaste has the opposite effect of what you might want, okay? Yeah, charcoal is pretty good too, actually. Charcoal can actually also help. So that's fun. Tater Tot, you said, oh, me too. Hilarious, Tater Tot. So yeah, that used to be a common thing. People would use urine. They would use sugar, which kind of made things worse. That's like, we're talking about all kinds of stuff. It's Friday Fun Day. I'm jumping all around, okay? I'm jumping all around because we have folks in here. We have a lot of folks in here who are very stressed, and we need to have a chill stream today, okay? And we're having fun. We're having so much fun, right? Right, folks? We're having fun. Better be having fun. Okay. I'm going to go back to Discord. Okay, Discord is working again. That's good. Reactions. I'm going to see what we can react to here. All right. This was sent to us by Fetty. This looks good. White Republican admits that she got it wrong. What? So this is a Republican admitting she got it wrong. Let's watch it. Okay. Okay, it does, Matt. So like, as in like, it doesn't have bacteria in it. It has, I don't mean, okay, I phrased that badly. It is sterile. It doesn't have like, bacteria doesn't live in it. Does that make sense? Okay. Like it's pretty sterile. I used the wrong language there. Urine is fairly sterile. Okay. Oh God, my throat. Okay. So let's watch this. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. I phrased that wrong. It's sterile when it comes out of your body and shit. Okay. It's not full of bacteria unless there's something deeply wrong with it. All right. That's what I've heard. I've heard it was sterile, right? That they used to, I could be wrong. Let's see here. Is urine sterile? Is urine sterile? I believe you. Okay. Okay. Oh, it isn't. God damn it. I don't know anything about science. You see what I mean? Okay. Oh, okay. It's low levels of bacteria. Okay. So, it was a myth. Okay. Yeah. See, I don't know. The fuck if I know. Okay. I don't know what I'm talking about. You're right. Okay. This is why I do history. I don't do goddamn. I remember learning in a history class once that urine was sterile and that they used to drink it. Or not drink it. That's a different thing. They used to use it as mouthwash. Okay, so I'm wrong. I admit I'm wrong. Okay, I admit that I'm wrong. All right. Please stare. Okay. All right, I'm wrong. All right, pee is not sterile. Okay, there you go. This is why he was a history teacher and not a science teacher. Exactly. Okay. All right. Okay. But that's why. Okay, that's why. Don't believe me. Don't believe me when I say science shit. Okay, that's what I learned. But I'm not a scientist. All right. Believe everything else I say unquestioningly, but never believe me when I talk about science. Okay, anyway, let's go on here.
Things I didn't know was
pee being stored in the balls. That's just true. That's just true. Guys, urine is stored in the balls. That's a fact. That's a scientific fact. Okay, anyway, yeah, Dolly Boy, we heard rumors of pee being stored, right? Professor Revolt, what's a golden shower? Go ask Donald Trump, Lacroix. Okay, let's watch this. Why Republicans admit she got it wrong. Okay.
Chalk this up as things I didn't know as a Republican, probably by design, racism. In light of the Supreme Court's ruling this week, which essentially gutted the Voting Rights Act of 1960.
You know what's funny? I was about to make a joke about the urine thing. It's a joke, but I mean, it's okay. Well, that explains why I keep getting infections despite what anyway, never mind.
I knew this had to be my next topic. Growing up white in the Midwest in the 70s and 80s in a Mormon Republican household in a mixed race community, I internalized some positive, but mostly
Snow Leopard, don't give me that look.
Problematic messages about race and racism.
All right.
I heard my not Mormon grandpa use the N-word, but I knew instinctively, as children do, that that was wrong. I was taught that racism was bad, but also that racism was something America had overcome in the past. My parents had me watch the TV miniseries Roots, so I understood as much as a young white child could how wrong slavery was. But again, it was something that happened.
See, this is why, Jonas, we're not watching Roots, okay?
Happened a long time ago, and whatever racism still existed was mostly taken care of by the civil rights movement. I had a kind elderly black woman for a Sunday school teacher, and I remember how happy my parents were when our church reversed its ban on black men receiving the priesthood. I had a few black friends at school, and I myself would...
Okay. I don't get this. Why do people still use the word... say that they have black friends. Dolly Boy, thank you so much. Thank you for the 400 bits, Dolly Boy. You get an extra boop. Boop. Okay. So, all right.
Never use a racial slur. So I believe that meant
that is more okay. Racism is more than using a racial slur. Okay. I swear a lot of white people will be like, I've never used the N-word. What do you mean? I'm not racist.
I wasn't racist, but I also picked up Ronald Reagan's messaging about welfare queens and knew that usually meant black women or girls.
Okay.
And because of that, I also believe that if the black people in my community, many of whom lived in government housing, quote, below the hill, if they found themselves disadvantaged in any way, it wasn't because of racism or the long shadow of racist systems and policies in our country. It was because they didn't want to do the work required to lift themselves out of poverty. They wanted to live off the government, and that wasn't right because we had fixed racism, and they had the same opportunities everyone else had.
So true. This is the narrative, guys. This is the narrative.
And yes, I now understand this way of thinking is as racist as anything. I learned the basics about the civil rights movement and Martin Luther King.
No, I don't. It's not a thing, Mayflower Kid. The Eurobiome doesn't exist. I don't believe it.
At school. But again, it came with a message of we fixed it. I wasn't taught about redlining, which I now know is why so many black people in my community still lived separate from the white communities on the hill.
Yeah.
I wasn't taught about the Tulsa Race Massacre, which happened when...
No one's taught about the Tulsa... Well, some people are.
My grandparents were still alive, and similar events which were meant to prevent black people from getting too financially prosperous. I didn't know about the 40-year Tuskegee experiment where black men were essentially used as laboratory rats.
Yeah, I'm going to be doing a stream on that sometime, guys. The Tuskegee experiments, really disgusting stuff.
Something that only ended the year after I was born. And I also didn't learn about, or at least I didn't retain, the details of how black people had been kept from freely exercising their right to vote for the 100 years between the end of the Civil War and the Voting Rights Act of 1965 through things like literacy tests, poll taxes, and grandfather clauses. This is why we need Black History Month, for the record. I now know just how many people were opposed to MLK.
That's lived up. Okay, yeah, I guess we need Black History Year. Okay, I appreciate having a Black History Month, but it makes my experience, guys, is that it's that, you know, having a Black History Month, teachers in schools will suddenly do a bunch of Black history for 1 month, and then the rest of the year, that's about it. Okay. And like, I get the idea we need, like, Black History Month is important, but can we just integrate Black history into history? Like, why can't that be a year-long thing where it's always there? Okay, like, I don't like the idea of having a separate month. It's kind of like tossing a bone, right? Like, here's a bone for the Black community. Here, that'll make you happy. There's a month about your history. Like, you see what I mean? I've never liked that idea. I wish while we don't have it integrated into the curriculum, yeah, we should have a separate month. Anyway. Bruh, Sam, are you seeing this at Matt's site? What happened? What did I miss, guys, in the chat here? Oh, my God.
The civil rights movement.
Oh, my God, Matt Sci Guy. Reform UK, I don't even want to say that aloud. Reform UK candidate who said that Nigerians should be melted down to fill potholes has won a council seat. That's Reform UK, who had a candidate who said I don't. Okay, Holocaust is a hoax. Has won a council seat. Oh, good. Right. Wow. Um, Jesus, Black History Century. Yeah, that's the shortest month too. That is absolutely horrific, and I'm not surprised, but that's absolutely horrific. And that is a sign of a sick society that is having really big issues. Fascism only forms in a society when it has become sick, for a bunch of different reasons, economic reasons, political reasons, moral reasons. There is a sickness that is growing in the UK, and that is a disgusting sign of it. Okay, absolutely disgusting. That is shocking to me. I mean, okay. It is surprise. I am surprised, but it sounds wow. Okay. Um, a Reform UK candidate who said that raping a Sikh woman is good. Wow. Wow. Okay. Disgusting. How did that go, Dolly Boy? Let me finish this, and then we'll look at the Scottish election.
Now, those same people and forces started working almost immediately after the civil rights era to undo what little progress was made. Why? Why else? Racism, one of the oldest, most universal sins in the book. And this week, Chief Justice Roberts saw a long-held goal of his come to fruition, the gutting of the Voting Rights Act. I spent my entire adult life in predominantly white communities in 4 different states as a privileged white Republican not impacted at all by racism. So sadly, it wasn't until George Floyd's murder that I started to really educate myself and changed parties as a result. If you're a Republican who didn't know these things before either, now you do.
Okay, she should join the socialists. She should become a socialist, not a Democrat, because they've barely done anything for black people either. But still, good for her. I'm glad she made the switch. Good for her. All right. So let's take a look at what's happening with the Scottish elections. Yeah, no, I know I'm an asshole, Aqua. I'm glad she cares, but like that she cared to change. I just hope that her approach to race isn't a Democrat approach to race, because the Democrats do propaganda to make it seem like they care about race and they care about black people and stuff when they barely do anything for them. They're better than the Republicans. But yeah, but at least it's a good change. At least she's going she's going towards who she thinks will help black folks. All right. So let's see what's happening over here in the UK. Oh my God, Reform is just doing great. They're getting tons of council seats everywhere. Labour suffers historic Wales loss as Reform wins more than 1,400 English council seats. Oh my God. Yeah. Jesus. Why hasn't Keir Starmer resigned yet? Dear God. So where is the Reform Party along the political spectrum? Far right, Philly cheese, far right. Okay. Yeah, guys, I'll explain here. So let me see here. UK political spectrum. I'm going to see if I can find, okay. No, I know Matt Saigai, but like, I'm just looking at the numbers, okay? UK political party spectrum. And then the people in the UK, because, you know, political spectrums are not great in terms of figuring out this stuff. All right. So, and I will say, I'll make some edits to it after we see it. If we do we have just a straight left to right one? That'd be nice. I know that there are flaws with all of that. All right. So this is the, oh my God, this is bullshit. Okay, this is bullshit. We're going to see the same thing we see in the US. I'll just draw it. Okay, here we go. So this is the apparent, this is what, this is the lie that is probably taught in the UK or in America. Can you all see this? This is not true. Okay, regardless. So this is where this lie puts it, and they do the whole, horseshoe thing. But so on the right side you have Reform. The Reform is farther up. Okay, yeah, it's bullshit. Reform is farther up to the, you know what, I'll just draw this. I'll just draw it. This is terrible. Okay, I'll show you the reality. Here's the reality. So let's say we have a political, just the standard political line here, okay? And we remember, guys, I know, the standard political line here, guys, the farther right you go, the more, what do you guys remember? What are some of the things, the further right you go, what are some of the things that are on the, theoretically on the far right, ideologically? Okay, the farther right you are, the more, what are you? Okay. Anyone remember? Correct. So fascism is on the far right. So I'll put fascism. What are some of the ideals of fascism? Okay. Anti-immigration. So nationalism, I would say. Okay. So nationalism, the more nationalist you are, nationalism. Okay. What else? Okay. And then on the far left is internationalism. International. Okay, Lism. I'm sorry. I know it's going to be hard to read. We also have on the far right, hierarchy. Okay. A love of hierarchy. That there are some people to rule and some people to be ruled. Some people are better than others. Okay. So hierarchy. And then on the left, it's egalitarianism. So less hierarchy, more sharing. Egalitarianism. All right. And then so nationalist, more nationalism, more hierarchy, and more, lastly here is inequality, okay? Oh, I'm sorry. Well, yeah, we could do inequality, that some people deserve to have more and some people deserve to have less, okay? Over here is equality, that people deserve to have the same, essentially. And I could add one more that I don't think I added last time, okay? One more here would be tradition. Conservatives love tradition. Tradition. And the left loves progress. So it's the idea of sticking with the past or constantly adapting, okay, to new realities. Okay, so that was a simple way of putting this. Fascism is far to the right. And then to the far left, what's on the far left, folks? Well, there's two things on the far left, and we could debate these. But it would be communism/anarchism. Communism/anarchism. Okay. All right. So, all right. Yes, communism is the opposite of fascism. Socialism, yes, Louise. Socialism is sort of the path to communism to an extent. Feel free to look up at my party classifications further up in the chat. Okay, sure, Matt Saigai. So if we look at it this way, guys, and then if I go up, where'd you go? Where'd it go, Matt Saigai? Where'd it go? Where'd your classifications go, Matt Saigai? Where'd you go, Matt Saigai? Mr. Anti-immigration. Yes. No. So okay. So if we do it this way, guys. God, this is going to be hard to write on. Okay. So right here, right, very close to fascist, if not fascist, we have like reform. Okay. They're hyper nationalist, love hierarchy, want inequality. They think some people don't deserve to be British, and they're very about tradition, right? So reform is probably right about here. Restore is basically pure fascist. Okay. And this isn't like 100%. This is not 100% accurate, because we could say that they're both fascist in some ways. So reform is far right, as is restore, which is even further right. Oh, I'm sorry. You're going to have trouble reading this stuff. Restore. Okay. So restore, both of these very far right. Restore is basically outright fascist. Am I right about that? Okay. I'm going to change colors here because it's hard to read it. So then you have, and I'm just reminding myself here, what are the other groups we have here? That's right, Reform, Conservative. Then we have the Liberal Democrats, the Conservatives, who are center right. What I mean by that is that they're right wing, but they're not, I wouldn't say they're far right, right? They're not like not center right. They're right. They're very conservative, okay? So I'm going to put them here. They probably even farther to the right at this point, but those are the conservatives. Okay, you get it. Those are the conservatives. God, I'm going to erase that real fast. This is painful to have to write using this. Okay, so Tories. I'm just going to put Tories. That's another name for them. Okay, Tories. All right. Yeah, so they float. I know this isn't great, but they float to the far right when they need more seats, okay? To their left, by some, are the liberal Democrats, okay? Lib Dems. And I'm kind of running out of space, so I'm making them farther left than I would normally. Lib Dems. Okay. Then to their left a little bit is Labor. Okay. Because Labor is right wing, by the way. Okay. They're on the right side of the spectrum. And then to the left of that would be the Greens, right? Now, I suspect that the Greens are a little bit left of center. So like right about here, but we could put them anywhere in this area, center, left of center. And we're talking on the, is that true? Am I getting that wrong? Are the Lib Dems actually to the left of Labor? That's possible. I don't know much about it. I don't know much about the Lib Dems. I always thought that they were kind of like libertarian types. Am I right about that? Okay, so Labor, Tories, and then over here you have Green, which I will make green. Okay, Green. Does this sound right to people? For those that are in the UK. So most of the parties in the UK are on the right, but that's the case in most capitalist societies, with Restore being very far right. Okay, were the Greens originally Tories? They are? Okay, so we could switch these two. But yeah, the Labor, which is funny that their name is Labor, they're right of center, and then the Greens are a little bit left of center. Okay, maybe even a little more than that. So yeah, that would be the situation we're talking about. Now, what we just saw happen in this election, guys, is so far is that you have Reform. So right here, Reform, who are the fascists or very close to being fascist. These guys right here, okay, gain a bunch of seats. Okay, to be honest, right about here, everything in here would be called the establishment. These parties here, the Liberal Dems, the Conservatives, and the Tories, are the establishment. They are the liberal parties. Yes, liberal. I'm even saying that about the Conservatives. They are the liberal establishment parties, okay? And I'm using liberal in a specific way here. And so whatever happens, when there's economic suffering and the establishment parties, those center parties that are on a country's political spectrum, not internationally, okay, don't do what people want. People move two ways. They either go farther to the right or they go farther to the left. And what we're seeing happen here is that a lot of people have abandoned the establishment parties and are going to the right, to Reform. Some people are going to the left, to the Greens, which is exactly what you would expect to see happen, in which, if I may toot my own horn, I said would likely happen in the UK, okay? So that's what we're seeing happen. All right, you see this divide beginning, and this is concerning. I certainly hope that it doesn't turn into a let's go to the Restore and sometime in the future. All right, does that make sense? Okay. Correct. Exactly. Liquid. That's what I mean when I say liberalism. Okay. Liberalism, economic liberalism. The Tories, the Lib Dems, and Labor are all economic libs. Okay. Okay. Now the stream feels like a commentary on our pain. What do you mean a commentary on your pain, Jonas? I'm just trying to point out that this is a very big problem this is what's happening in the UK. This is very unfortunate because the goddamn Tories, are, the Tories, yeah, the Labor. I largely blame Labor for this, by the way, just like I really blame the Democrats for the rise of Trump in a lot of ways. And the fact that stupid face, what's his face, okay, hasn't resigned is insulting. He needs to resign. Okay. Anyone who lets so many fascists get into office should be gone immediately. It's disgusting that he hasn't left yet. Maybe he's waiting for the election to be over. I don't know, but repulsive. Okay. Anyway, so Keir Starmer can go jump off. I don't know. I can't say that. Whatever. All right. Do we get it now? All right. We got it. I'm gonna eat some nuts. Okay. All right. There you go. Defenstrated. There you go. Thank you. He should be defenstrated. That's good. Or walk off a short plank. Yeah. Okay. I don't know, burn jobbing. So, okay, one second, guys. Yeah, Keir Starmer. I'm gonna put my face back on. Where's my face going? Okay. So, woo. All right. So that is what's happening in the UK. It's disastrous. We don't have all the results yet, but I feel so bad for the people in here that are from the UK, because I know all of you are not reform. Okay. All of you are the opposite, and you probably feel pretty, it's probably a pretty dark day for all of you. Yeah. Right. Now, I will say, to offer a glimmer of hope, guys, it is not hopeless yet. It is not hopeless yet. This was not a parliamentary election, for one thing. Okay. For one thing, it wasn't a parliamentary election. And we did see we are seeing the Green Party make some gains, which is a sign that there is a chance to refocus this towards the Green Party. And if I may say, based off, it's going to be a long fight. Yeah. Based off what I've heard of people from Reform, and this, you're going to understand, this is going to sound dark, but it's true. Let's be honest, folks. The one thing that we have on our side in regards to Reform is that they're not the brightest bunch, okay? They might screw themselves over and might do some things while they're in office that really ruin their image. So there is one hope we do have, okay? The hope that we do have is that the incompetence of Reform might cause issues, okay, for them, if the more power they get. Think about Donald Trump and how incompetent he's been in a lot of ways. So there's hope in that regard. There's also, but yeah, not a good look. Not a good look. But all right, Dolly Boy, Reform could potentially go from a nothing party to the largest opposition. Correct. No, you're absolutely right, Matt Saigai. So that's the other concern, Matt Saigai. And I know I was trying to give you some hope, Matt Saigai, but you can shoot it down if you want. Yeah, there's also the other problem, guys, that there's still Restore, and if Reform fucks it up enough, it's likely people return to Restore instead, because Reform won't be able to fix the problems that people are having, obviously. Clearly, Reform will not be able to fix the problems people are having. They will make them worse. But then, unless people then view that as a sign they need to go to the Green Party, it's more likely people will go further right. Okay? Yeah, Sir Bart. And that's unusual. Justin Trudeau did step down, which stopped the Conservatives from winning, and that's very rare. And just like Biden should have stepped down. Biden should have stepped down much earlier in his presidency, but he didn't. Okay. I'm sorry, Dolly Boy. You know I got distracted. I'm sorry. What'd you say, Dolly Boy? You said Reform could potentially go from a nothing party to the largest opposition in both Wales and Scotland. Yeah. Yeah, Louise, I can't believe this is happening for the third time. Brexit, Boris, and now this. And this is the thing, guys. I know I keep saying this about the United States. Remember what I keep saying, that getting rid of Trump is not the issue. Getting rid of Trump is only putting a bandage on like a missing limb or like a body that's failing, okay? And that's what happened here. We got rid of Trump once, but then after a brief stint with another establishment guy, we got Trump again. Because unless you fix the underlying problems of the country, the right wing is always going to have a chance to get back in there, and it could get worse, which is what I'm worried is going to happen after Trump leaves office. So we need a populist left party. If we're going to stick to electoralism. Does that make sense? Okay. All right. So politics, how big or small of a chance? It's a small chance. It's a very small chance, politics, but it is something to think about. All right. Okay, guys, I'm going to go now. All right. It is now almost 5 o'clock. I'm going to go get dinner, and then I will be back. Let's say you guys want to start watching the movie at 6:30? You want to watch the movie at 6:30? Let's do 6:30, okay? I will come back on at 6:30. We'll start watching the movie. 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'll start watching the movie at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, okay? And we're going to watch Jojo Rabbit, all right? Very interesting take on fascism, and it's also a dark comedy, so you'll laugh at Nazis, which is fun. So 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'll see you all back. It'll only be over on Twitch, though, guys, so please join us on Twitch at that point. I can't do it over on YouTube. If I do it on YouTube, I'll get copyrighted. But I can do it on Twitch, okay? So I'll see you guys on Twitch, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. In the meantime, I'll send you all to someone else on Twitch. All right. Hello, Tiago. Yeah, we're leaving, Tiago. Okay. Let's see here. You all know what I'm about to say, don't you? You all know what I'm about to say. First of all, guys, free Palestine. Free Palestine. Second of all, never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. And that includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo, because the easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. We're living in a fascist moment in this country. Fascism thrives in an environment, and in other countries like the UK, fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions, and they're not being helped economically, so they turn to more radical things, typically to the right. I literally say it at the end of every stream, right? We need major reforms in the UK, or changes, or revolutionary change, or reforms, okay? You cannot stand in the center. If you stand in the center, the fascists will walk all over you. We need to go to the left in the UK, all right? Never stop resisting it, okay? I know you guys out there won't. On the wall behind me is a sword, okay? The name of that sword is Chainbreaker. It's been passed down in my family for many years. It is thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners. Why do I have it back there? I have it back there to remind everyone that our ancestors made some major sacrifices for some of the things we have today. Some of the rights we have, some of the freedoms. We cannot let their sacrifice go to waste, folks. Please, please, please do not let their sacrifice go to waste. And always, always, always fight for a better future. And on that note, folks, you all have a good rest of your day. I'll see you at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll do a little party. We'll have a little movie watching party, and then we'll listen to some music. Okay, guys? I'll see you on a bit. Bye-bye.